I've had some creepy encounters before, but this was the only one where I'm positive I was in danger. So, I was around 17 years old at this time. I really wanted to learn how to play guitar, and this guy I had a crush on offered to teach me how to do so. We decided to meet up at a park one summer afternoon. I got there a little bit early and decided to just wait at a bench inside of one of those little hut things you'd see in every generic suburban park. Despite it being really nice outside that day, the park was pretty much empty. I think it was just me and one other person off in the distance walking around the lake, but there was nobody else anywhere near me. I'm sitting there on my phone waiting for that guy to come along, when all of a sudden this lady pops up out of nowhere right next to me. She was a fairly small lady that seemed to be in her 40s or 50s. I remember specifically her being incredibly thin and very dirty looking almost. Despite having her hair and makeup done well and wearing very nice clothing, she just seemed off, you know? So she walks up to me and tells me she likes my shoes. I give her a big smile and tell her where I got them. Fairly standard interaction. That was my first mistake though. She sits down and begins to start a conversation with me. How old I am, where I lived, where I went to school, all of that stuff. I immediately thought this was weird, but my hometown is very safe. The police there are basically just pest control for animals that get into stores and such. This lady was also incredibly small, so I knew I could take her down if I needed to. She was speaking with a very heavy accent and didn't seem to know much English. I figured that maybe she was just new here and wanted to make a friend, so I didn't want to seem rude. I keep talking to her, giving her vague answers whenever I could, when all of a sudden she says, "Oh, you're so beautiful. I love your skin and hair." Without even giving me time to react, she pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of me. Okay, now that was really freaky, and I know this was dumb of me. I told myself that maybe this was just a cultural difference. Perhaps snapping a phone randomly wasn't actually that weird. I kind of didn't react. I just hoped that guy would be showing up sometime soon. At this point, the lady had been talking to me for 15 or 20 minutes. I was getting pretty weirded out now and trying to make my responses to her short as possible in the hope she'd get bored and leave. She didn't though. Finally, the guy showed up. He's a big military guy that doesn't look like someone you'd want to mess with, so I immediately felt safe and made it very clear I knew him. Because this lady was sitting so damn close to me, my friend thought that we knew each other. He went up to her and introduced himself. Well, she did not like that at all. Her face fell immediately as soon as she saw him. She tried to hide it, but she hardly spoke to him or acknowledged him at all. Instead, she turned to me and asked if this was my boyfriend. Well, we both did that thing where we very hurriedly said no and made it clear we were just friends. Well, apparently, she completely ignored us saying that because almost immediately she jumped up and started running off. "Oh, you guys are such a cute couple." She pulled out her phone and took yet another photo of me, this time in a way that she got my full body in the shot. After she took it, she pretty much immediately left. I noticed that she went around this big corner toward the bathrooms and seemed to just disappear altogether. I was watching very closely and I never saw her come around the other side. The guy I was with asked me if I knew who that lady was. I said I'd never seen her before. She just started talking to me randomly. We both kinda shrugged it off as a weird interaction and went about our guitar lesson. Having my crush at the time teach me how to play was clearly my main focus in this moment. I pretty much forgot all about that weird encounter, and I didn't really think about it that much ever again. That is, until about a year later. So, a little bit of context here. Pretty soon after my encounter at that park, I moved away to Spain for a year of college. So, now the rest of this story takes place there. I was sitting in my dorm one night, falling down a YouTube rabbit hole, when I happened to stumble across a video of people telling their sex trafficking stories. All of their encounters seemed to be very familiar to me. All of a sudden, I remembered that encounter I had with that lady at the park, and I decided to on a whim Google sex trafficking in my hometown. I wanted to calm my nerves. I mean, there's no way that little woman could be a sex trafficker, right? Oh boy, was I wrong. I Google my hometown and immediately an article pops up about a woman being arrested in September for running 2 sex trafficking rings in my town. This happened just 2 months after my interaction with her as well. I was thinking this couldn't possibly be the same lady. I continued reading about how she kidnapped women and girls in my town and held them hostage at a massage center, then would sell them in the US and ship them out of country. Then I get to a mugshot, and my blood runs cold. On the screen, I see that very same small lady, with a description saying she's in her 50s. I recognized her immediately. I freaked out and FaceTimed the guy I was with at the time. I showed him the mugshot to confirm it was her, and without me saying anything, he said, "Oh hey, that's the lady we met in the park, right?" Needless to say, I lost my shit and freaked out for a day or two. The thing that freaks me out the most was that as far as I'm able to find out, she was the only person arrested, and there's no way she could have done all that alone. She was incredibly small, enough to the point where I didn't even feel threatened by her at all when we interacted. There's no way she would have been able to take someone without help. And yet somehow, no one else was found guilty of sex trafficking in my town or anywhere nearby. I've since moved back, and I truly think that moving away for a year may have saved my ass, although I don't know if someone still has those pictures of me out there. So, I'm not 100% sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds completely crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. Well, now, I'd like to share. You see, I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was very beautiful. We were even able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and this huge, beautiful waterfall. We were practically right in the middle of nowhere, and absolutely no one else was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back and had a nice dinner as well. All in all, it was a very nice day. That is, until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo we had brought in the car and locked it up tight. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and put my backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent away from the door. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun right next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept pretty hard in all honesty, and from inside the tent everything seemed perfectly normal. When we got outside though, our camp was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was completely ruined. The cooler had been thrown and food scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking it all in. Somehow, the woods felt very off now. It was quiet and felt nothing like the beautiful campsite I had seen just yesterday. Everything about these woods felt so wrong. My ex immediately accused me of not locking the car the night before, and that an animal must have gotten into our things. I promised, though, that I had locked it. I went into the tent to grab my keys from my backpack, only to realize that they weren't there. I would find them later after a bit of searching on the ground, right next to the car. Needless to say, we quickly threw everything that wasn't ruined in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was extremely quiet and refused to talk to me about what just happened. Finally, he spoke up when we were almost home and told me he'd had a strange dream the night before. You see, he dreamed about someone kneeling over him in the tent and grabbing his gun, holding it over him and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got very quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it anymore and I shouldn't talk about it ever again either. I've tried really hard to forget, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. So I, 24 and male, have lived on my own for about 2 years now. I have a very small bungalow I'm able to pretty comfortably afford. In this bungalow, I have an attic area. At a guess, I'd say it's about 5 by 5 meters in size. You can only really stand there in the very center. Anyway, I work the night shift at a factory, basically just sitting on my phone all night. So I usually get in at around 8 a.m. I was coming home last Thursday during a heavy storm. I got into the house and went to sleep right away. When I woke up, I went on my phone and saw that I was so tired that I'd forgotten to check my notifications. I have a Ring camera outside my door, which shows me anyone who would have come into my room. Well, I saw the camera had been tripped at 7:42 a.m. I'd gotten into the house at around 8:10 or 8:15. I checked the video, only to see that it was a man. He was pressed right up to the door, fumbling around with the handle. He did this for about 10 seconds until he spotted the camera. Once he did, he very quickly scuttled away. This definitely unsettled me, but it didn't entirely creep me out or anything. I got up to go make some food and discovered something in my kitchen. My back window was wide open. Of course, I instantly began having thoughts of a home invader, but I slowly began to chill out as I convinced myself I'd just left it open in my tiredness. The rest of my day pretty much entirely consisted of this. I'd notice a small thing that didn't seem quite right and start scaring myself. All up until a point. I leave for the shift at 10 p.m., so I was sitting down watching some TV at 9 o'clock before work. I spotted something that made my heart leap into my throat immediately. Out of the very corner of my eye, I could see my attic entrance was very slowly being slid open. I so vividly remembered that I began questioning my sanity. Surely I must just be hallucinating this or something. I looked over to it and saw something that made me so much more scared. I could see fingers wrapped around the hatch, beginning to move it more. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the panic beginning to really get to me. I wasn't sure if I should leave the house and call the police or if I should try and yell at whoever was up there. I chose a mixture of both. I began dialing 999 and ran to my bedroom where I could lock the door. As soon as I began to run, I heard the hatch almost get torn off with the speed they sheared it, and I arrived at my bedroom door. I looked down the corridor and watched for a moment, seeing only a little slice of the blackness in my attic. Then, though, I saw human hands holding onto the sides of the ceiling and a body lowering itself. Whoever's in there, I'm calling the police and I have a gun! I don't actually own one. If you take a step out of there, I will fucking shoot you! The adrenaline was really making my hands and voice shake, but I tried sounding as tough as I could. Then I saw something I don't think I'll ever forget. The hand slipped back into the dark, only for him to drop down completely. I slammed my door shut and locked it as quickly as I could. The call went through and I was able to get on a line with the police. They dispatched officers to my house. I told them I didn't know if the man was armed or not, and the dispatcher told me to stay on the line. I could hear the man slowly walk up to my door and begin to rattle the door handle. He seemingly went through my cupboards in my kitchen as well, as I began to hear a lot of commotion. Truth be told, I don't know why he stayed. I would have just left the house if it were me. But he stayed all the way until the police arrived and arrested him. Apparently, he was a homeless man and had armed himself with a knife from my kitchen. He'd recently been seen in the area trying to get into many houses. Truth be told, I'm very frightened to sleep still. I now sleep with my bedroom door locked at all times and all my windows sealed shut. I also sleep with a knife under my pillow. I know this is really rare and not something that's likely to ever happen to me again, but I just can't forget the creepy way he dropped down from my attic. That's the story of one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. This happened quite a while ago when I was home alone with just my dog. After all this time, I'm sure what happened was really strange, and I have no idea what this man actually wanted. So there I was watching TV one night at about 11 p.m. when I heard a car slowly pull up outside and shut the engine off. I figured this was obviously a neighbor arriving home, but of course my nosy dog wanted to have a look and went straight to the window. He kinda messed up the blinds as he went to look, so I got up to go fix them. As I did, I noticed a car parked on the street across from my house and my neighbor's house. I couldn't really make out any details, but it looked like the driver was just sitting there in the car. I didn't really think anything of this at first. Instead, I took the opportunity to grab a drink and go back to watching TV. Quite a while had passed since I fixed the blinds. I'm not sure exactly how long, maybe 20 to 30 minutes or so. Out of nowhere, I thought I could hear a very faint tapping at my door. Not a knock exactly, but something much lighter and very quiet. My dog sat bolt upright looking at the door. I paused the TV, and then the same tapping started on my window. I opened the blinds a little bit, only to see a man standing right there. I couldn't make out his face properly. He immediately walked back to the door and began to tap again. Now, this might not sound very frightening. I'm not sure why, but suddenly I had this really awful feeling. I became instantly terrified, and I couldn't figure out why. The tapping at the door never stopped, but something in my head was saying that if I opened the door to him, something really bad would happen to me. Instead, I went all the way upstairs to open a window to shout out and ask what he wanted. I felt a lot safer doing this. The man was very quiet and said in almost a whispering voice that he was delivering a pizza and told me how much I owed. I felt so stupid for being frightened at first and told him I didn't order any pizza. I assumed that he was probably speaking quietly and knocking so lightly so that he wouldn't disturb my neighbors. My dog had followed me upstairs and was letting out this odd growl and bark, which was unusual for him. I was trying to shush him when the man downstairs told me he indeed had the correct address and I'd better get downstairs now and open the door to pay what I owed and collect my food before it got cold. Obviously, I was really confused because I most definitely hadn't ordered anything. I was just about to tell him that again when I noticed that he did not have a pizza. In fact, he was not carrying anything at all. I told him again he had the wrong address, and he got very angry. Now he demanded that I open the door. He was going between angry and trying to desperately persuade me to go back downstairs. I asked him if he was delivering pizza, then where was it? He yelled out he had a hold of it. It was really dark, but not so dark that I couldn't see. He definitely did not have anything in his hands. My dog was making quite a fuss now. The stranger had turned into a broken record almost. Come downstairs, open the door, do it now. Well, luckily, all the noise alerted my neighbor, who did in fact open his front door. The man didn't say a word, but as soon as the door opened, he sprinted across the street to the car I had pulled up quite a while ago. He went back empty-handed. I have no idea what this man wanted, but he certainly was not a delivery driver. It really freaked me out as well that my dog is quite obviously very large. The man had seen him through the window and was not deterred at all. It seems even stranger and perhaps less random that he actually drove right to my house, as though he'd always planned on showing up that night. This happened a few years ago, when I was still living with my mom and I had borrowed her car to go see my then-boyfriend for the evening. It was around midnight or so when I got back to my neighborhood, so the roads were completely empty. As I was driving along, I noticed this dirty, run-down, rusted white utility van. You know, the kind a maintenance guy would drive, and I noticed it was following me. I never saw the driver's face, but I got this immediate sinking feeling in my stomach. Something felt wrong about this van. Now, I was only 20 years old at the time, but I knew better than to just drive straight to my house and let this person know where I lived. No matter how desperately I wanted to just go home and ignore this. I wasn't actually 100% sure they were following me yet, though. I didn't want to jump to conclusions just because it was late and I was alone being paranoid about this creepy-looking van. So, I drove to a shopping complex a few minutes out of the way that was well lit and had a public library to see if I would be followed. Initially, I thought I'd lost that van, but I decided to wait in the lot for a few minutes. I just had this bad feeling I couldn't shake. Sure enough, I noticed it after a minute. The van was already there. It was driving in random circles around the parking lot, clearly looking for me. This scared me quite a bit, so I drove toward the big mall here that's always got a security and police presence. It was at about the midway point between where I lived and where I was. I parked in a well-lit area, although it was empty. It was a 24-hour McDonald's parking lot where I had a great view of the roads and the mall. It wasn't super easy to spot either. I waited there to see if the van would show up looking for me. It did. And of course, this would be the one single time security and the cops were nowhere to be found, which was half the reason I'd even decided to head there in the first place. Realizing that whoever was driving this van was 100% actively following me in the middle of the night, I knew just driving home was no longer an option. That's a really terrifying realization. Luckily, the police station was just a few minutes away from where I was. I tried to discreetly drive away, hoping the van had not noticed me yet. Unfortunately, I was not that lucky. It wasn't long at all before the van was back in my rear view mirror. At this point, I was panicking pretty hard and my anxiety was through the roof. I finally pulled into the police station parking lot. Seconds later, the van came to a stop right in the middle of the road. I'm guessing it was just long enough for them to realize where I'd led them to. They immediately shot off faster than I'd ever seen. I did make it home safe and without seeing the van again not long after, but this whole ordeal took at least an hour of my night. It was after 1 a.m. by the time I arrived home, and I was terrified the entire time. I don't know specifically what this guy's intention was, but honestly, I don't think I really need to know. I know it was nothing good at the very least, and likely I avoided a very bad situation. If you ever think someone is following you, it's not stupid or paranoid to make sure you're not right. I mean, who knows what might have happened if I had led them to my house or gotten out of the car. My parents lived next door to a small red house. Our backyard faces the side of their house, which has a deck and 2 large windows. Around front, there were always at least 3 cars parked outside. Oddly enough, though, in the entire 10 years I lived there, I never once saw anyone enter or leave. Once when I was 12, I saw shadows thrown against the far wall that was visible through one of the windows. When my sister moved out, I took up her bedroom, a large open converted space in the basement, which had a door and an outdoor stairwell, which led to the backyard. The door had a small window on it, which my sister had covered with a Pulp Fiction poster. I redecorated a bit and replaced that poster with some of those half-sheer curtain things. The way the room was set up, if I was lying in bed or sitting on the couch, I would be facing that door. Well, when I first moved down there, I noticed that sometimes at night I would hear the sounds of like leaves crunching in the stairwell or something. I chalked it up to my cat at first, who liked to roam around the neighborhood a lot. I had no reason to suspect otherwise until a few weeks later. One night when my parents were away on business, my boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch smoking. Suddenly he got very stiff and was just staring at the window. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "I think I just saw a camera flash." I kinda just laughed it off at first and chalked it up to him being high. I mean, who would want a picture of two people getting stoned in the basement? Still though, the seeds of paranoia had been sown, and it was not easy to get settled down for sleep that night. I couldn't resist just looking at that gap between the curtains. There was no light at the bottom of the stairs, so if someone really was down there, I'd be none the wiser. At around 3 in the morning, I heard the very distinct sound of leaves under heavy boots. Definitely not a cat. I don't know what made me decide that the best course of action for me, standing all of 5'3", was to confront the potential stalker myself. I didn't even have my shoes on. I just threw the door open. There was no one in the stairwell, so I ran up the stairs and into the backyard. Standing there was a man in his mid-40s, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing one of those mechanic jumpsuits. He was holding this clunky, outdated digital camera. We stood there for a moment, just staring at one another. He seemed extremely confused to see me. After what felt like an eternity, I finally remembered how to speak. "What the fuck are you doing?" My voice seemed to startle him. He immediately turned and sprinted through my backyard, toward the red house and into the dark. After that, I didn't see any more strange flashes of light, or hear any crunchy leaf noises either. It really freaks me out to think how many nights he could have just been standing there in the dark, watching me. Oh, and for everyone who was asking, neither of my siblings had any encounters with the man I saw that night. My sister only put up the poster of the window to block out the light, and because the idea of the window facing her bed made her anxious, not because she ever had a mysterious stalker she forgot to mention to me. Okay, so this just happened 2 nights ago, and I've barely slept since, thinking this guy is surely coming back for me. I've spoken to the police about this incident and they sent a car out to do a patrol, but nothing else has happened since then. I don't know if I'm overreacting, but it has me really freaked out. So, at about 11 p.m., I was out taking my dog for a pre-bed poop. I live in a semi-urban neighborhood, where very few people are out on the street at night. As I was walking, suddenly a man came out of an alleyway towards me as I walked past. Excuse me, miss." My dog and I both got a big fright. She started going off at him immediately like I'd never seen her do before. She's a pretty little rescue border collie retriever who can be reactive to people, so sometimes barks and panics. But this was something else entirely. She was going ballistic, lunging, growling, snapping at him like she was ready to bite his face off. At first, I thought it was just because he'd given us both a big scare, but as soon as I took a better look at him, my stomach dropped immediately. I had an instant sick feeling telling me to get away from here. There was nothing particularly scary looking about him, but something was screaming at me that something was wrong with this guy. I told him not to come any closer. I told him my dog was dangerous, and she would bite him. But he just kept inching closer to me, whispering, "Let me come closer," over and over again as he crept towards me. My dog got between him and I, and finally he stopped moving. Do you know where insert my address is? I had never seen this man before in my life, but somehow he managed to pull my address out of thin air. I told him I had no idea where that was, and then, to scare him off, I told him again he needed to leave because my dog was on the verge of attacking him. The man just kept saying, "Just let me come closer," as he continued to creep towards me. Finally, I turned around and sprinted away to my house, with my dog into an area with more streetlights. I called my housemate and told her to make sure everything was locked. Then I waited under the streetlight until she came out and met me. I really hoped that he just pulled a random address out of thin air or something, and it just happened to be mine. But I don't like the chances of that just being a coincidence, though. In September of 2002, my wife was in her 7th month of pregnancy with our first child. We lived in Ohio at the time, and she wanted a baby shower. Since most of her family and close friends lived in Baltimore, Maryland, we planned that we would travel to Baltimore and have the baby shower there on Saturday, October 19th, 2002. On October 3rd and 4th, though, we were brought the horrifying realization that a serial killer was on the loose in the Baltimore, D.C. area. We naturally re-examined our plans, but decided to go through with them all the same. After all, the likelihood of being this sniper's victim was practically zero from a statistical point of view. My wife and I listened to the news of the Beltway sniper in the days leading up to our trip. It was getting a bit more scary, as the death count had now raised to 9, and there were 2 additional people who had been wounded. In the 11th hour, we decided we would still go, but instead we would take the PA Turnpike over to I-70, then I-70 through Hagerstown, MD, then Frederick, and then into Baltimore. Around 5 p.m. on Friday, October 18th, my wife and I picked up my mom and my stepsister, and we set out for our trip. The trip was going slowly, but otherwise uneventful. We had used most of the time to review the plans of what to do when we needed to stop during our trip out. The plan was that we would all go together, not dilly-dally, get out of the car and into the building quickly, and vice versa. No one was to stay in the car alone. Well, as happens eventually, around 12:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, we all needed a restroom break. We pulled off into a rest stop near Frederick and parked right in front of the door to the bathroom facility. The rest area was largely empty, but there was a dark blue late model 4-door sedan parked head-in facing the door to the restroom. I parked right next to this car, and we all quickly reviewed the rules. If I finished first, I would wait for them and we would all return to the car together. We got out and raced to the restrooms. As I ran into the restroom area, I didn't pay too much attention to the car we parked next to other than to make sure they didn't open their doors. The night was crisp and full of moisture. I finished first, and so I stood by the exit but stayed inside the building. The doors and the walls were all glass, so I nervously scanned the parking lot for anything off-looking. Satisfied there was nothing ominous in the lot, I turned my attention back to that blue sedan. I travel a lot, so naturally I took note that their license plates were from New Jersey. In the front seat were 2 African-American males. The one behind the steering wheel was middle-aged. He was wide awake and staring back at me. Next to him was a sleeping teenager. I remember feeling a sudden chill go down my spine as I observed him watching me. At this time, the authorities hadn't released any info on the snipers, and they didn't know the ominous role the car played in their killing spree. I was ignorant of the danger these 2 really presented. A few minutes passed before my family returned, and we all ran back to the car. In a flash, we sped away and continued on to our destination. As we left, I remember noticing something weird about their trunk area. My family was poor growing up, so we sometimes had to pop out a broken lock and couldn't afford to fix it right away. We would rig the trunk open using a screwdriver during those times. I remember thinking that's what they must have done with their trunk. It turns out that was the exact hole they shot out through while staying concealed. The baby shower went well and my wife had fun. We didn't go out for meals or anything, but slept and ate at her mom's house in Baltimore. On Sunday morning, it was time to go. We took a much more northern route going back just to be safe. About a week or so later, once they'd captured the Beltway snipers, you can imagine the renewed chills running down my spine. When in the newspaper, the face of the man that had been staring at me when we stopped to pee at the rest stop, John Allen Muhammad, was staring back at me once again. There was also a photo of the car we had parked next to. Scarier still, the reports said they had been captured in that exact same rest stop about a week later. I can only assume the teenage boy that had been asleep next to him was Lee Boyd Malvo. Fortunately, they were both in the front seat. This was apparently where they had planned to hide out and sleep between their kills, so they likely wouldn't have done so at this particular rest stop. Therefore, I feel we weren't in the most danger during this encounter. Had we encountered them slightly out of there, though, we may well have been. So this happened a couple of years ago. We used to live in a house in the mountains. The only neighbor we had wasn't that close by to our home, so there was literally no one else around. This happened on a Sunday. I had my daughter, who was 13 at the time, coming for the weekend. She was sleeping upstairs and my bedroom was downstairs. I wasn't quite feeling tired yet, so I was in the living room watching TV when I decided to go outside to contemplate the stars. The thing is, I had let my door semi-open because there was only one handle, and the other side of the door could only be opened with a key, so no handle on the outside. I contemplated the stars for about 5 minutes. Then, I felt like I could smell a weird smell or something. I went back inside, and at this point it was 3 a.m., so I decided to go back to sleep. I remember being abruptly woken at 6 a.m. I could see the sunrise, so I decided to open my window a bit since it was extremely hot inside. I stood up at the edge of the window, when suddenly I felt a hand pushing me on my back. I was pushed out of my window by someone behind me. The thing is, there was only me and my daughter in the house. I got pushed out of my own house by a stranger, and my daughter was still inside. They immediately closed the window, and now I couldn't open the front door either because I didn't have the keys on me. I knew that my neighbor was a locksmith, so I rushed as quickly as I could to his house, woke him up at 6 a.m., and explained the emergency to him. He took his stuff and came with me immediately. Now I'll tell you the part my daughter experienced. She told me she could hear what sounded like an old man coughing, and she didn't recognize the voice. Instantly, she went into the bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the tap while she called the police. The neighbor managed to open the door, and we both rushed upstairs. Whilst rushing up there, I could notice a knife was missing from my knife set in the kitchen. As we arrived to the top, we saw the door to my daughter's room was wide open. We turned on the lights and saw an old man in a hood wielding one of my knives, waiting in front of the bathroom door. My neighbor and I beat the ever-loving shit out of him and waited until the police came. The man was arrested, and the week after, we moved away to another county. This story from my past happened about 32 years ago in East Texas. My mom and dad divorced when I was 16 years old, and my brothers and I lived with my mom from then on. My dad visited us every once in a while, but not really on a consistent basis. He was a bit of a gambler, one of the reasons my parents split up in the first place, and tended not to come around when he was broke. On the rare occasions that he won big though, he would visit and spend a lot of money on us kids, then disappear once again. My dad told me he had a job as a shuttle driver for a local hotel. He told my brothers and I that the shuttle driving was just a cover though. He actually worked for organized crime, which he claimed owned that particular hotel. He said his real job was to drive out to various places in the area to pick up fugitives running from warrants, or otherwise wanted by law enforcement, bring them to the place to hide, and then later move them on by means my dad said he didn't know. My dad was always a bit of a blowhard though, and always exaggerating or flat out lying, so my brothers and I just blew this off and didn't really think much of his claims, until something strange happened. My dad suddenly disappeared. It was 1988, and I was 22 years old and a college student still living at home. I worked as a full-time disc jockey on the overnight shift, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., at my local radio station. My middle brother was 19 years old and lived in an apartment with a friend. He worked at a nearby Dairy Queen. My youngest brother was 9 and lived at home with mom. One day, my brother called my mom and I and asked us if we knew where my dad was. He said some men had come to the Dairy Queen while he was at work and asked him if he'd seen him. My brother had truthfully told them he hadn't seen or heard from my dad in months, and he would often do things like that. just cut off contact for months at a time. The men didn't say who they were, but seemed satisfied with this and left. My brother wondered if these men or anyone had called to talk to us and ask us where my dad was and why they might have done so, but we also had not heard from him in a while. The following day, the men returned to his work, and this time they flashed badges, claiming to be FBI agents. They were very aggressive and demanded my brother tell them where my dad was or else. My brother kept insisting, of course, truthfully, that he didn't know where my dad was. Last he heard, he worked at a local hotel as a shuttle driver. The experience really upset him, and he called my mom and I again. Upset, my mom called the hotel where my dad worked, only to find out that he had disappeared weeks ago, and nobody had any idea where he'd gone off to. The following day, my brother was at work again, when his roommate called and said that someone had apparently been in their apartment. The roommate claimed that when he got home from work, he'd found the sliding glass door wide open and the place completely ransacked. Nothing was missing either. Obviously, my brother was very upset. He went to his apartment and found that in fact his address book was missing from the breakfast nook, and a teddy bear he'd recently bought for his son and a photo of his son were missing from his bedroom. Now all of us were beside ourselves with anger, fear, and paranoia. We went down to the local FBI office to complain that they had done this to us and to tell them once and for all that my brother did not know where my dad was. Well, as you might have guessed, the FBI had no knowledge of the event and claimed they were not looking for my dad either. None of their agents had contacted my brother. Furthermore, when my mother told them my dad had claimed he worked for organized crime, the FBI would neither confirm nor deny that the hotel had ties and that there was an investigation going on. My mom called the hotel again and told the manager that men had been looking for my dad, terrorizing my brother, and flat out asked if there was any truth to my dad's claim to be working for organized crime. The man laughed and told her there was no such thing as the mafia. While we were trying to make sense of all these extremely weird details, we kept wondering why my brother was being harassed, but not my mother or me. Then, though, that's when I was reminded of a strange event that had happened to me about 2 or 3 weeks prior. Because I work overnight, I was often wide awake in the middle of the day on my days off, with nothing to do. One night, I went to the local cable TV company where my friend worked as a computer system operator to hang out with him for a few hours and BS a little. At about 3:30 a.m., he had a big computer job to do, so it was time for me to go home. I left. As soon as I pulled out of his company's driveway, a car immediately pulled in behind me, tailgating me. I mean, he was on me so quickly, it was like he knew I was going to be there. They seemed to just appear out of nowhere, too. This person had their high beams on and was blinding me. I couldn't make out anything about the car behind me. I couldn't see inside to see how many people were in either, what they looked like, or anything. I changed lanes immediately to let this tailgater pass, but he changed lanes to be right behind me once again. I moved, he moved. He was tailgating me and blinding me, and now seemed to be following me. I stopped at the intersection and got in the left turning lane with my signal on. He did the exact same. Since there was no other traffic anywhere at all around, when the light changed, I zoomed across the intersection and streaked across all the lanes of traffic into the far right lane. I did this trying to lose him, but he followed me exactly. Now it was absolutely clear he was for sure following me. I cut into a nearby neighborhood and tried to lose him, but he still followed me through it. I finally managed to zoom back out to the intersection, cross over, and go to the 7-Eleven at the corner. I jumped out and ran inside, and screamed to the clerk that someone was chasing me. As I did, I saw the car following me cut through the parking lot of the 7-Eleven, and for the first time I got a good look. It was a late-model tan-colored 4-door, and there were 2 white men in it. The clerk blew me off immediately, telling me I was just exaggerating, and it was probably just some kids messing with me. He told me to leave. I left, and I was still really spooked. I didn't want to go straight home. I was afraid they would still follow me, and I didn't want them to know where I lived. Instead, I went to my workplace.
I knew the disc jockey on air that night would be my friend Paula, so I decided to go visit her on air for a little bit and hang out and calm down. I told her what happened, and we stayed there for about 2 hours. She also reassured me it was just some punks being jerks, and that really calmed me down. When I got home though, now over 2 hours since this car had followed me, I saw that damn car was at my house now. As I was coming down the street to my apartments and about to turn right, I saw that damn car pull out of my apartment space. As it passed by, the SOBs flashed their high beams on and off at me. It was them. What the fuck? I panicked and called Paula at the radio station and told her what happened. I was freaked out as to how they could possibly know where I lived. Why would they wait 2 hours for me? And why, when they finally saw me, flash their lights at me and just leave? Now, remembering that event and putting it together with my brother's FBI visit and apartment break-in, it seemed obvious this was all tied together. I hadn't really thought about it before, but now that I remembered, my car I was driving that night was actually my dad's car. He had given it to me about 2 months earlier when he got a new one, so if someone had been looking for my dad, they must have thought I was him. When they saw me coming home, they realized I wasn't and just left. But who was doing this? And why? Where was my dad, and why were these strange people coming after us? My mom, my brother, and I went to the local police and filed a missing persons report and a complaint. We spoke to a very nice detective. About 5 days later, we got a call. He had solved this entire strange case. As it turns out, my dad had disappeared because he owed his employers more than $50,000 in gambling debts. The detective confirmed my dad did work for some unsavory characters. He was now hiding out in Nevada. When we asked them who the hell these men were and why they were bothering us, the detective explained it was not uncommon for unsavory bounty hunters and debt collectors to impersonate law enforcement and harass the family. My brother asked how they'd gotten into his apartment. The detective showed him how easily a sliding glass door was to open. They'd probably stolen the address book hoping it had my dad's contact information in it, and stole the teddy bear and pictures to use to threaten my brother. The detective said because my dad had used my brother as a reference on his job application at the hotel, that gave them my brother's address and phone number. Those FBI agents probably figured he was closer to my dad, and either maintained contact with him or if threatened would contact him. Eventually, my dad did turn up back in town and acted like none of this ever happened. He never spoke of the incident, and we never brought it back up either. I guess he got the money he owed them in the end, and I don't really want to know how. This was 1992. My mother was going through a bad patch in her marriage, and chemotherapy for breast cancer as well. We lived in a very quiet town where residential areas only had small markets. For everything else, including pharmacy and public calls, we had to go to the main market, which was about 3.5 miles away from our house. 1.5 from our apartment block to the main road, then 2 miles to the market either by walk or public transport. My mother was going through an especially tough time given my father's complete disconnect from us. She used to call her brother for advice and catharsis, and he lived in another city. For those calls, she had to go to the public call office, which was run by these two extremely weird men. The same market had the pharmacy where my mother would buy her medicines as well. I was 11 years old, and my older sister was 17. One evening, my mother, along with my sister, went to the PCO to talk to my uncle. I don't remember why, but I think my father had asked her to leave the house, and she wanted to discuss what her options were. She was in extreme distress, and didn't realize how late it was until she'd finished the call. The market was now closed, and so was the public transport as well. My mom and sis paid the bill, and started their walk home on the path next to the main road. What they didn't know, though, is that the two PCO owners had closed down the PCO and started following them. One on foot right behind them trying to offer a ride eventually, and the other on a bicycle nearby them on the deserted main road. my mother strictly refused their offer and held my sister tightly. They started walking as fast as they could when a white van appeared on the service road and started driving slowly next to them. The guys had already arranged a ride with some really bad intentions. It was obvious they were not going to just go away. In fact, they had been waiting the entire time for them to get onto the main road to strike. On the next turn, two men came from the opposite side on the footpath as well. Much to my mother's relief, though, it was the pharmacist and his friend, who had just happened to be returning to pick up his car from his shop's parking after a long walk. They saw the men and the van, and immediately realized what was going on. They stopped and asked if they needed help. They agreed to walk them home as well. The PCO men had immediately fled upon seeing the guys coming up. Thankfully, that kind pharmacist saw my mother and sister to the safety of our house, and my mother never went to that PCO ever again. So my mom is the youngest of 7 girls. Her oldest sister is 20 years older than her, and all I knew about her was that she had a history of mental health disorders. She never treated them, and my mom, because of that, had not spoken to her since she was about 10 years old. To be honest, at the time this happened, I didn't even really know this aunt existed. One day, when my brother and I were about 6 and 7 respectively, my parents sat us down and showed us a picture of our aunt. They told us if she ever tried to talk to us around the neighborhood, to immediately run to the closest home and call them right away. They stressed that she was very dangerous and to treat her as basically a stranger. My brother and I were so confused because this was my mom's sister. She was family. But okay. Fast forward about a year later, my family was at my cousin's basketball game. This is the daughter of the aunt in the story. My aunt had walked out on the family about 10 years before, so there was no reason to think we would see her there. My brother and I begged my mom to let us get something from the snack stand, so we went over and stood in the line. I felt a sharp tap on my shoulder suddenly, and turned around. It was my aunt, or at least it appeared to be the woman in the picture. "Hi there, I'm your aunt. You recognize me?" I said hello because I didn't want to be rude. She said the same thing to my brother as well, but he didn't respond. Then she said, "Well, this line is so long. How about I take you guys to get some ice cream instead?" I didn't know what to say. This was my aunt. It's not like I could be rude. My brother intruded though. "No, we have to go back to our mom now." She said something along the lines that our mom had said it was okay. We were her niece and nephew after all. She would never harm us. That was it for me. I turned around to leave. Then I felt a tight grip on my wrist and was being dragged with my brother for the door. I didn't yell. I don't know why. I was a kid and I had a piercing scream. I just kind of froze up. It was so unexpected. All of a sudden I heard someone yelling, "Let them go! Those are my kids! Someone stop her!" My mom was running full sprint across the court. I had never seen the look in her eyes before. People immediately grabbed my aunt and got my brother and I away from her. Apparently, she was charged with attempted kidnapping, and my mom did press charges. We have a restraining order against her now as well. I'm 23. My cousins took my brother and I to get some food, so I don't remember much of the police part, aside from telling them what happened. I only learned once I got older that the main reason my parents sat my brother and I down was because at the time my aunt had started blackmailing my parents into paying all of her bills, phone, rent, medical, etc. She would send them pictures of our house and my brother and I playing outside, saying she would take care of us if the money stopped. Her grabbing us at the basketball game was right around when my mom and dad approached her ex-husband about the blackmailing. He was a lawyer, so they were coming up with some kind of plan together. I work as a secretary at my mom's office now. A year ago, I picked up a typical call, but it was not typical at all. "Hi, this is my name. What can I help you with today?" "Why, hello there. It's your aunt again. Is your mom available?" "No, I'm sorry. I can take a message, though." "Just tell her I'm free now, and I know where she is. I know where all of you are." Then she hung up. I told my mom and she told me it was okay, that I shouldn't worry too much. I still worry a lot though that she'll find me or show up at any moment to hurt me. So when I was in 3rd grade, I lived in this weird townhome. Behind us was this gigantic forest. I would always go back there and make clubhouses with my friends. Every day, I would sit by my front door and wait for my friend and his mom, who lived about half a mile away, to come pick me up so we could go off to school together. Well, one day, I heard a slight giggle. I looked down the hall, only to see the door was cracked. I visibly saw it close by itself, not like slamming shut, but slowly shutting at a normal speed. I'd never even heard the latch make a noise. Needless to say, I was pretty spooked. About a week later, my mom made me clean the house out, and while I was vacuuming, I suddenly hit something underneath the couch. I looked down underneath only to see a pizza box with only one slice left. I immediately got super pissed that my family must have had pizza without me. I went to my mom to complain to her about this. But she told me they hadn't even done that, and they hadn't gotten any recently either. Must have been old, so she told me to throw it in the trash can outside. I didn't really think anything of it. A few days went by. I was waiting by the front door for my friend and his mom when I thought I could hear something coming from in my mom's room. I went to go check it out. Immediately though, I got really scared and couldn't bring myself to open the door. Instead, I pressed my ear up to it to see if there was in fact anything I could hear going on. Almost at the exact same moment my ear touched the door's surface, I could hear 2 to 3 little kids giggling and laughing. I booked it out of my house and ran all the way to my friend's. At this point, I was very firmly convinced that my house must be haunted. A few months go by, nothing else really happens. At this point, we decided to move. Well, as we were moving, we go into the attic to grab some of the stuff we'd put in there and never saw again until we decided to move. What we found hidden inside was insane. There was tons of video equipment and cords running all throughout the attic, as well as a mattress and loads of food. It turns out somebody had been watching us from our attic. We later found out it was our neighbor, who'd told us when we moved in that he would change our locks for free. He happened to be a locksmith. In fact, he had actually been living up there ever since. We found some of his clothes we had seen him wearing around before. He had cameras set up to watch us shower, and even his own set of keys to our house. After I found this out, I immediately discredited that pizza box as being from a ghost or just old food. Adult me thinks it was him screwing with me by closing the door shut like that, and then playing an audio of kids laughing. I'll never know though if those 2 last things were him or not. Even if they weren't, I feel like finding out he was creeping on us from the attic the entire time is a lot scarier than some giggling ghost children. Alright, so this happened when I was around 15 years old. It was Halloween, and I was at my friend William's house with 4 of my other friends. One guy named Sebastian and 3 other girls. We were all just hanging out having fun. We were there all day pretty much watching scary movies and stuff, just being teenagers. Anyway, my friend's older brother, this very tall and buff dude named Jared, suddenly said, "Hey, I'll give anyone $100 if they walk out into the woods to that old cabin and back." Now, to explain this, I lived in a very rural part of New York, where there was a huge woodland area. William's house happened to be right in front of it, so their backyard was a looming, creepy forest. Don't get it wrong though, I had been in those woods tons of times, and nothing scary had ever happened there. There was, however, this old dilapidated cabin way out in the woods where kids would sometimes go to smoke pot and drink and other crap like that. Anyways, since it was Halloween and everyone was a bit on edge from all the scary movies and shit we'd watched all day, no one decided to budge, except for Sebastian. He said he was going to do it. We all ended up following him into the backyard and watching as he walked out into those woods. For about 10 minutes we waited. Then we waited even longer, but we still didn't see him come back. Sebastian's girlfriend started to get worried. The cabin was a bit into the woods, but it wasn't that far away. Jared insisted that we wait for just 5 more minutes, and if we still didn't hear from him, Sebastian's girlfriend would just give him a call. Well, 5 minutes passed by and she called him, but there was still no answer. At this point, we were all really worried, so we decided to go in after him. When we reached the cabin, we all called out his name, but we didn't hear anything back. His girlfriend called once again. This time, we could hear his phone ringing, only to follow the sound and find it on the ground nearby. Now, we were all obviously starting to panic. We wondered if we should call the police or not, when all of a sudden I saw the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Right behind all of the others, I could see a silhouette of a man behind a tree standing right behind us. I screamed out, "What the fuck?" My friends all looked around, only to see the silhouette of the man there as well. He began to run towards us with his hand over his head, and we all took off screaming like hell. I don't really remember much. All I know is that I really hauled ass. I didn't dare to look back until I was out of the woods. We sprinted into the house. They had a gate in the backyard toward the entrance of the woods to keep animals out, so as soon as everyone was out of those woods, Jared closed it and locked it up quick as fuck. As we walked inside, we could see Sebastian there with a terrified look on his face. It turns out that when he'd gone over to the cabin, he'd run into that guy in the woods who had chased him with a knife and tried to attack him. That's why he dropped his phone. He told us he'd circled back around and come out of the woods in an area he didn't think the guy would be. He didn't see us though, and was worried we'd gone in after him. To this day, we have no idea who the hell that was out in those woods. All I know is that I never went back in there. Jared suggested it was probably just some prankster. He could be right, but from that moment on, whenever I saw those woods, my blood would always run cold. Senior year of high school, and I'm a 6'2" athlete, so very little usually scares me. This experience had me terrified though. So one of my classes took a trip to Boston, and we went to Quincy Market for lunch and shopping for a few hours. I left my friends to go to the bathroom and use a urinal. As I did though, suddenly I noticed this one guy in particular was watching me intently while he was drying his hands. I went to wash my hands as well, and he walked past me and went to the urinal for some reason. He had walked up right behind me, so I thought at first he must have been unstealthily trying to pickpocket me or something. I looked up to see he was standing at the urinal, and had his head turned to the side staring at me. Then, when I left, he followed me out. I have very good situational awareness, so I know about looking in windows and figuring out if someone is tailing you from the reflection. Well, I walked around the market multiple times, and through the crowds inside as well. I kept a fierce eye out on him, and stayed in very crowded areas the entire time. Everywhere I would go though, I would see him there. His head was turned to the side like he was looking into a store window, but I could see his eyes were turned towards me. The man followed me for 10 minutes, doing this until I went inside a clothing store. I ended up heading to the back of the store, and he still followed me inside. I ducked down behind some clothes and darted for the exit when I thought he wasn't looking. After I got out, I had finally lost him. I found my friends and was telling them what had happened. Suddenly, though, I look out into the big open part of the market, only to see there was no one there except that guy once again, walking straight at me this time, with his head turned like he wasn't trying to look at me. I pointed him out and said very loudly, "Hey, that guy's following me!" The man now looked straight at me with a shocked look on his face, like he hadn't realized the entire time that I knew he was doing this. He turned towards the nearest street and started sprinting towards it. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I hear a cop yelling, "There he is! Get him!" 4 other cops went charging after him as well. He was running down the street towards a run-down van parked on the side. You could see it from where we were. Luckily, the cops ended up getting him and arresting him before he got into the van. I never really heard anything more about this though, so I don't really know what that last part was all about. My scariest story takes place over multiple years of my life. The shortest explanation is that my brother developed schizophrenia when I was about 13 years old, and he went undiagnosed for a few years. Well, apparently, many of his hallucinations didn't like me at all. I even had to sleep with a knife under my pillow after one particularly terrifying event. I have a few scattered journal entries here and there, and I'm piecing together my memories as best I can. Hopefully, I can flesh it out and make a good story. After he was finally diagnosed, the hospital cleared him, and the new medication they put him on seemed to be working. He was deemed fit to return home. By no means was he considered normal yet. In fact, he barely even acted human sometimes. It was always a rule that if someone was going out and that would leave my brother and I alone together, I would be offered a ride somewhere else where I could spend the day. My mom was the first to slowly retreat from this idea. After all, if he didn't have to be hospitalized anymore, she decided he must be okay. My dad, though, saw the toll everything had taken on me. I had been missing school, I'd lost significant weight, and had, for whatever reason, grown more accustomed to sleeping on the floor under a towel than on my own bed. It was like my life was being sapped away from me, and I had no motivation. I barely even wanted to leave my room. This really upset my dad. So it was that through his arrangements, someone I used to be close with would spend the night with me from then on. Our parents worked together. Bailey's mom was on my dad's crew. She knew some of what was going on, and I think she felt really bad for me. I was actually surprised she agreed to my dad's idea, but I was pleased nonetheless that a good friend would be spending the night after the initial testing period of my brother's new medication, where upon completion the schizophrenia would hopefully be considered repressed, and it would be relatively safe to be around him once more. I always thought it was kind of funny how he was considered unsafe, but still lived with us instead of staying in the hospital. No teenager should be so ready to accept that at any moment, one of the others living in the house could snap and decide to kill them. And yet my life had turned into gripping the handle of the knife I slept with to comfort me as I slept. The night of the sleepover eventually came upon us, with no major hitches. So far, my brother had no outbursts, for about a month or so. No screaming, no mumbling to invisible things, no trying to set the house on fire or kill the dog. I hadn't been grabbed or threatened either. Things seemed like they were finally getting better. My dad did everything he could to make the night very fun as well. We set up a tent in the living room, door facing the TV, so we could lay on the air mattress and play games and watch movies together. Bailey came over around 4 o'clock or so, and Dad took us to the grocery store for snacks and pizza ingredients. My brother stayed in his room. I was finally thinking that maybe I could have friends again. Maybe the knife hidden in my bedroom would remain there from then on. Bailey and I stayed up late with movies playing quietly, as we spoke of how things had been since the last time we spent time together. Around 1 in the morning, we shut everything down, called it a night, and went to sleep. It was the first time in a long time that I didn't have to worry about being watched in my sleep or startling awake in fright. I think Bailey being there helped me feel much more safe. Thinking back on it now, though, I feel terrible for the danger I'd put her in. If I could apologize to her mom without making things awkward, I would. But I think instead we'd all rather just forget what happened this night. I can't really tell you what time my brother came down the stairs, nor do I know if I woke or Bailey woke first. It was the light that woke me up, though. I think the steady thumping on the walls is what woke her. We stared at each other in silence, a bit dazed. From time to time, there would be this tapping on the tent and the sound of something dragging along it. Then back to thumping. It wasn't until my brother grabbed the tent and shook it while screaming slurs at us that I finally realized what was happening and moved. Not that I did much in the end. I merely put myself between Bailey and the shadow on the tent that was my brother. The shaking and shouting seemed to last for an eternity. Bailey was crying. My legs were shaking, but I was otherwise too exhausted to do anything. The shouting turned to whispers, during which I tried to comfort Bailey the best I could. The tent was suddenly released, and the thumping around the room returned. Over time, Bailey went from scared to shocked and slightly annoyed. Before I could even gauge her emotions, she sat up and looked out towards the sound. "Hey, could you stop? I'm trying to sleep." I'll never forget that, because I figured that would be it. Those were going to be the last words her and I would ever hear. My parents would find a grisly sight of us upon the morning. The headlines would surely scream about this for days, eating up the tragedy and milking it, pulling people's heartstrings until we became old news. I thought to myself that maybe Bailey would have a chance to get away if I wrestled with my brother, but by my estimations, I would at the very least die. I held my breath in anticipation, and I think Bailey did too. As if by some miracle, though, the thumping stopped after one last moment, and my brother went back to his room and slammed his door. Bailey sighed while I stared dumbfounded and went to go grab a knife from the kitchen. As soon as I left the tent and turned on the light, the sight made me crumple. Protruding from the wall was the very knife I had slept with before. I looked back into the tent, wondering if I should tell Bailey, but I decided against it. I looked back over, only to notice that thumping from before wasn't caused by my brother punching the walls or something. Instead, he had been stabbing everything. There were various punctures, mostly fairly small because the walls were thick, but some ran large and deep. I grabbed the knife and returned to the tent terrified. Miraculously, Bailey was now in fact asleep, but I couldn't rest for the next week and a half. I don't know why I didn't tell my parents what had just happened. I suppose I was scared of walking past his room to get to theirs. I also don't know why Bailey didn't call her family to come get her then and there. Nobody came by until after breakfast to grab her. Needless to say, though, she did not spend the night again. Once I told my dad what had happened, my brother was forced to go back to the hospital. Dad asked for the knife and recognized it as one that had been missing for a good long while. He got mad and afraid about my brother hoarding it. I didn't care to correct him and tell him the knife was in fact in my possession until last night. The marks from the night are still there in the walls as if taunting me, and I never had another friend spend the night again. This happened last year around this time. School had just started, and my only child was in kindergarten. She had only been in school for a few days, and we lived in a rural area, so we only had one car. This meant in the mornings we, my daughter, her dad, and I, would get up and take her dad to work. Then my daughter and I would come home and get her ready for school. Because we live on a rural dead-end dirt road, we have to drive about half a mile down to the main road where her bus picks her up. Everything was fine that morning. I got her on the bus and headed back home. I had the day off work. I only work part-time, so days off in the middle of the week was pretty normal for me. Anyway, I was doing some house cleaning and putting away some laundry. I went into my daughter's room and started to hang up some of the clothes in her closet. I had the TV on in the living room, watching it from her room, when I suddenly heard what sounded like a muffled, soft cough. I froze immediately. I had no idea what the fuck that was or where it had come from, and I had no idea what to do either. I was just sort of standing there almost paralyzed. My mind was racing. Maybe the cat outside her window had just hacked up a hairball. Perhaps I was just going crazy. Maybe it had come from the TV. I mean, it must have been the TV, right? Yeah, it's probably nothing. At this point, I was still standing in the middle of her room holding a shirt and hanger, not moving a single muscle. I really didn't know what to do in this situation. I thought maybe I should head next door and have my father-in-law check it out for me. After a few more moments of waiting, I just yelled, fuck it. I dropped the shirt and hanger and took off running to the next house over. Luckily, my in-laws lived in the house right next door, which was only about a football field away. My father-in-law was also on disability, so he was almost always home. He was in his mid-60s and on an oxygen tank most of the time, so I don't really know what I thought he could do to help me, but I just really was freaked out. I didn't want to be alone. Plus, he was a hunter, and hunters had guns. I was running faster than I'd ever run before across our yards. I burst through his back door screaming his name. He walked out of the kitchen looking extremely annoyed that I just scared the crap out of him. I was on the verge of tears, trying to tell him something was going on at my house. I was talking so fast, though, that he couldn't really figure out what I was saying. He did his best to calm me down, and I told him I thought someone might be in the house. He asked me if I was sure, and I said yes. I begged him to come over with me and help me check it out. He agreed and grabbed his gun. We hopped in his truck and drove over to my house. I waited inside the truck with the doors locked while he went inside. I was freaking out, looking all around me. He was in there for what seemed like forever. He finally came out and asked if I'd left a pack of Newports in her room right near her bed on the floor. I told him no, those weren't mine. His eyes got huge, and he had a real panicked look on his face. Now he told me to stay in the truck and call the cops. He handed me his phone, and I called 911. The lady said we'd have to wait for the state troopers because we didn't live in town. They seriously took like an hour just to get out to us. In the meantime, I had already called my husband at work. He called his brother to come and pick him up. He didn't work far from home, so it only took about 20 minutes for them to show up. My father-in-law, my husband, and his brother were all now walking around the woods that surrounded the houses. Nothing. There wasn't anyone around besides us. After a while, the state trooper showed up and took a look around. He didn't find anything either, but he did take the pack of cigarettes. I guess possibly as evidence and taking my statement, along with my father-in-law's statement as well. He told us there wasn't really anything he could do. I couldn't tell him what the person looked like because I hadn't actually seen the guy. There was nothing to go on, just a sound I heard and some smokes on the floor. Nothing was missing from the house. There wasn't anyone there now, too, and it didn't look like forced entry either. Fuck me hard. Of course there wasn't going to be forced entry. We live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Why the hell would I lock my door when I leave to go somewhere? I felt like such an idiot, but nobody locked their doors around here. I didn't even have a key for the door on my keyring. After the trooper left, my father-in-law gave my husband the gun to hold just in case the guy came back. My husband and brother-in-law changed all the locks on all the doors that day, and now we keep a key on our key rings and keep the doors locked at all times. We didn't take our daughter out of school that day. She was only 5 and we thought it would just stress her out. We did let the school know, though, to be on the lookout for weird activity and had a talk with our daughter about stranger danger and what to do if she saw someone in the house she didn't know. I did have her sleep in our bed for a few weeks, but she seemed like she wanted to go back to her room because she was not a baby anymore. And that's it. Life moved on and nothing weird happened since. We didn't hear back from the trooper and we never had another incident again like that either. I have no idea what this person was doing. I don't know if they were after me or my daughter or if they just took the opportunity to try and rob us. Nothing was gone though, so I don't think I'll ever know. Let's try to be concise. This happened when I was just turning 18. I had met a guy online that had agreed to meet me in public. I showed up to the address he had sent me, only to find a small shopping center connected to a mass of condos. Out of one of these condos came a man I didn't recognize, which turned out to be him. The guy had catfished me. Somehow, though, he still convinced me to go into his condo, saying he had left something behind. For whatever reason, I guess being inexperienced and at least wanting to give him a chance, I complied. He led me in through the parking garage. Not only that, but once we reached his floor, he led me around in circles. Thinking back, probably so I wouldn't know how to leave. The entire time I was nervously trying to make pleasant small talk, to which he would respond coldly with single-word answers every time. Red alarms were ringing every second, but I was too timid and also didn't know the way back to leave outright. We reached his condo, and it wasn't particularly creepy. It was very dark, though, with many bits of trash laying around. I sat myself down with my belongings in my lap, feeling very nervous. The man stared at me for a moment, then walked across the room to grab all of my items off my lap, then walked them back to the kitchen. Now I was speechless. He told me he had to make a phone call and just walked off into the next room. Immediately, I could hear 3 doors shut, and I caught glimpses of the call as well. I distinctly remember hearing, "Yeah, she's inside now." I was on the brink of tears at this point. I had to at least try to plan an escape. I thought to myself, I'll hit him with that beer bottle on the side of the coffee table, then run and grab my stuff and leave. Just as I was about to finalize this escape plan, he calmly walked outside and sat beside me. It was complete silence for a few minutes, and I could feel him just staring at me. Suddenly, he grabbed my ponytail violently and yanked my head, turning it painfully towards his to try and force a kiss on me. I freaked out and pushed him away, telling him now I needed to go. The man stared me down, then walked back into his room. Once again, I could hear multiple doors closing and opening at the same time, and I could faintly hear him talking to someone. I grabbed all of my things very quickly. He emerged right as I was about to exit the front door. He grabbed me and walked me to the elevator, then out into the garage once again. This time, neither of us were saying a word. There was dead silence. Suddenly, he interrupted this by asking me, "So, have you ever been in a fight before?" There was way too much interest in his voice, and he was staring at me excitedly. At this point, I booked it for the door. I sprinted away as fast as I could and sped out of the complex, fumbling my way out the entire time, all the while watching him stare me down from the garage door. Ever since this experience, I've avoided online dating altogether. So I figured I would share and see what you all thought of my hospital roommate. For a little bit of background, when I was 15 or so, I was put in short-term psychiatric inpatient at the hospital in my town. It was because I had tried to kill myself, followed by a small breakdown in partial inpatient, which is basically inpatient where you go home to sleep. After my breakdown and partial, they put me to full inpatient. It was during this time that my diagnosis was switched from depression to bipolar, and I haven't been back since. I definitely was very unstable at the time though, so this all really freaked me out that much more. The way the bedrooms were laid out, there would be 2 bedrooms with separate entrances connected to a small foyer, with an open doorway to the main hall. No one was allowed into your private bedroom space except yourself, and only the 2 people in the bedrooms connected to it were allowed in the foyer. For my 3 days there, I had this really nice roommate named Amber. Amber and I would just sit in the foyer and talk to each other, mostly about the things we were dealing with at the time. Well, on my 3rd day, Amber was sent home. I was really bummed because as a result I had no one who I could share things or my space with. I spent my entire 3rd night alone. On the evening of my 4th day there, a new girl came to inpatient, a girl named Jade. Being a girl, she was placed in my room block, rather than the other empty space where her roommate would have been a guy. The ward was co-ed, but the room blocks were gender-specific. She was 14, so a year younger than I was, and appeared to be Filipino in ethnicity. She had this long, extremely dark hair that went halfway down her back and seemed very quiet. I was very polite to her, mainly because I was happy to not be there alone anymore. She didn't really talk a whole lot for the first hour or so that she was there, but when we went to our block pre-bedtime, about a half hour to just sit and talk in our foyers before bed, she explained to me why she was there. You see, the thing about her was that she seemed really normal until she actually started talking. The very second she did, I immediately got this creeping feeling along my skin. It's not what she was saying that was weird. It was the way that she was saying it. There was this weird edge to her voice that wasn't quite right and made her seem almost unresponsive to the things she was saying. Her mannerisms were also slightly forced, like she was a puppet or something. She went on to tell me she and her friends had gotten really drunk, and while running around doing drunk people things, she'd been caught and put here against her will. Now, that in and of itself really didn't make any sense. I mean, you don't get put in the psych ward for getting drunk with your friends. A lot of people had bogus stories though about how they'd gotten placed there, so I shrugged it off as her just not wanting to share. She was very quiet most of the following day. That evening, when TV time was about to start, Jade and I were sitting in the TV room with a third girl from inpatient named Ruby. You see, Ruby and I actually ended up friends in the outside world after coincidentally seeing each other again over a year after inpatient. The three of us were alone in the room because the staff had walked out for just a minute to talk to the desk person outside. She was still within our view, but more than likely could not hear what was going on. Ruby, Jade, and I were just sitting there on the couch. I was in the middle with Ruby to my right and Jade to my left. Ruby and I were talking about our cats on the outside, both missing our pets. It was common for the teens in inpatient to talk about the things they loved the most on the outside. Jade wasn't participating really, but she suddenly piped up saying how much she hated cats. She went on to tell a story about how a stray had once scratched her, so she killed it and chopped it up into little pieces, then threw the bits out into the woods. If that story wasn't creepy enough on its own, recall how I described her demeanor. She said all this as if she was ordering a cup of coffee or casually talking about the weather. It was horrifying. Ruby and I exchanged a brief look, and one of us asked about whether that was the first time she'd ever killed something. She responded that it was not. She killed small animals all the time, and even tried to hurt other children as well, because she hated them. Because that's a healthy and constructive way to deal with something you hate, right? Within the next minute, the staff person came back into the room. Ruby and I were still relatively floored by this incident. The staff member was unaware of what had been said, and we were too scared to mention it. Fortunately, I left the hospital 3 days later. I haven't seen Jade ever since, but sometimes I can't help but wonder if she's out there killing people or something. I like to pretend she was just screwing with us in some sort of sick, demented way. At least then, she would just be a fucked up girl with a fucked up sense of humor, rather than a psycho killer. But honestly, I'm not sure. So to give you a bit of backstory, a few years ago I started to suffer with a lot of stomach problems. Fast forward about 4 years, and turns out I got a real bad stomach ulcer. Not ideal. Anyway, last summer I had to spend a night in the hospital running some tests on it, and the main hospital was not in my town. My boyfriend offered to drive me up there. We got there quite late, probably around 9 p.m. or so. When I arrived there, they mentioned my boyfriend could not stay with me. I didn't like the idea of staying there alone, mainly because I hated hospitals. He offered to at least stay with me until they kicked him out. We fell asleep and got woken up at around 6 a.m. by one of the nurses, explaining that they'd forgotten to ask my partner to leave, and even though she didn't particularly mind, the head nurse would be on her way shortly to do her morning rounds. I really shouldn't have a visitor in my room, and we might both get in trouble if he stayed. My boyfriend offered to go down to the car for a few hours to sleep more, and once they'd finished up the tests, they'd let me go. Anyway, this is where it got weird. About 5 minutes into my boyfriend leaving, this random guy walked into my room and sat down, telling me the nurses had asked him to come in here. I know this sounds stupid, but I guess I was in shock for a few minutes because at first I sort of believed him. I started probing him, and they told me he was asked to sit in here and watch me. By now, my fight or flight was starting to kick in. Sort of, at least. I ran into the bathroom with my phone. Don't ask why I didn't run into the corridor. Again, I clearly don't cope well with stressful situations. I get in the bathroom and call my boyfriend, who was crazy protective of me, and told him what was happening. He immediately made his way back from the car. At this same moment from the bathroom, I could hear the guy now screaming, "What's this girl's name? What age is she?" I didn't know who he was shouting to, because there was no one there to answer him. Thankfully, I could hear my boyfriend coming back into the room and asking this man who he was. This must have really startled him, because he took off running down the hall. When I came out of the bathroom, I noticed my boyfriend had a terrified look on his face. I guess I should have mentioned that I wear contacts but had taken them out before falling asleep, so I wasn't seeing my best at the moment. Between not having full sight and my panic, I'd missed that the man's hands, feet, and clothes were covered in blood. He left this gigantic trail across the floor, across the wall, onto the chair he was sat on even. At this point, I went down to the nurse's station, still a little bit in shock and explaining what had happened. Right away, someone came up to clean the mess, but again they asked my boyfriend to leave, something we were clearly not happy about in this moment. The nurses were clearly trying to keep me calm as they tried to make light of it, but I knew something was not right. At this point, I realized the guy was actually keeping a close eye on my room, because no sooner than my boyfriend had left, the man walked right back in, closed the door, and began walking towards me as I was on the bed. Thankfully, the nurse was present this time and demanded this man leave. I don't think they'd really taken me seriously until now, but finally they noticed that having a bloodied man continuously trying to break into my room was really shaking me. They told me it was safer to have my boyfriend with me now, as he must have been that guy's biggest deterrent. Rightly so, I guess, because for the entire rest of the time I was there, this guy would keep walking past my room, trying to peer through to see if my partner was still there. Eventually, I guess he gave up or was sent somewhere else. I finally finished my tests and was allowed to go home. The nurses tried to tell me that this guy had a head injury, which was the reason he was in the hospital, but they were obviously worried enough for my safety to let me break the rules and have my boyfriend stay in the room. Anyway, what really worries me the most is that this guy was definitely watching my room, because every time my boyfriend left, he came in right away. It doesn't even bear thinking about what would have happened if the nurses had kicked him out in the middle of the night instead. I was in the hospital for about 10 days suffering from a kidney infection. My mother visited me, but the rest of my family was too busy to do so. Honestly, I was pretty lonely and in a bunch of pain as well. I used to keep in touch with my friends and family by my mobile phone. There was this young male doctor student who was very chatty and friendly with all the patients. I can't quite remember his name, so I'm going to call him Edward. Whilst attending the ward, Edward used to chat me up quite a lot. He was very intelligent and nice and seemed a decent chap. He even gave me a get-well-soon card to cheer me up. The other female patient teased Edward and said he should ask me out. I made it very clear though to Edward that I did not fancy him at all. I told him instead he was like a brother to me. Edward just laughed at what the ladies had said. He assured me he didn't fancy me either, and said that a patient-doctor relationship was very unethical anyway. After 10 days, I felt a lot better. The doctors discharged me. I said my goodbyes to the other patients and to Edward, and wished him well in his studies and career. I called a taxi to take me home at this point. I'd put my mobile phone on silent. When I reached home, I checked it, and found I'd had 8 missed calls from a number I did not recognize. I was puzzled, but I didn't really think too much of it. I thought I'd just ring the number the next day and find out what was going on. I had my shower and went to bed. The next morning, though, I checked my phone, only to realize that I'd forgotten to put the ringer back on. I'd seen that I had another 10 missed calls during that night. I called this number, and a man answered the phone. To my surprise, it was Edward. I was extremely annoyed and asked Edward how he'd even gotten my number. He told me I'd given it to him, but I assured him that I had never done so. He insisted so much that I honestly started to even doubt myself. After all, I was in the hospital in a lot of pain and doped up with morphine most of that time. Anyway, Edward and I chatted for a small amount of time before I hung up. He called me again a few days later. I was recuperating at home. He would call me every few days from then on. One day, I told Edward I could not talk, as I was still not well. I really needed to go food shopping before the shops closed, too. Edward offered to shop for me and bring the food over to my place, which I politely declined. After that incident, Edward started calling me every day. I often didn't even take his calls at this point. He texted me, saying he needed to talk as his mother was ill. I answered his call because of that. Then he told me he had only said that because he wanted me to answer the phone. He said he knew I had another appointment in a few days' time, and he would meet me there. He told me he had a new mobile phone for me, and would put me on his family plan as well. I asked him how he even knew I had an appointment, and he told me he'd accessed my medical records. I did not attend that particular appointment, because I really did not want to see Edward now. I told him I didn't want any more contact with him at all, and to leave me alone. Edward told me he was in love with me and wanted to marry me. He kept on calling and calling, and I did not take any of his calls. In one day, I'd have maybe 40 missed calls and 60 text messages from him. He would even call me in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m. Needless to say, I was very creeped out and beginning to get somewhat scared. One day, I had a call from a new unknown number. It was Edward. He was now changing his number, so I'd pick it up thinking it was someone else. Really scared now. I told the police, but they said there was nothing they could do, as he was not really threatening me. And Edward kept on changing his number, using pay-as-you-go phone chips. It was hard to prove it was actually him calling. At this point, I felt Edward was one of those people that could possibly get nasty and dangerous. I was particularly scared, as my mom pointed out to me that he could easily find out where I live by just checking my medical records. At this point, I asked a good male friend of mine to answer Edward's phone call to me and pretend he was my new boyfriend. Well, that didn't work. Edward refused to believe I had a boyfriend. I was at my wits' end at this point. I wasn't eating or sleeping. I was terrified. I had friends stay over with me all the time, and I made sure I was never alone. One morning, I just sort of woke up, and instead of fear, I was extremely angry. How dare that stupid little coward bully me and take over and ruin my life? I telephoned Edward instead. I was very firm. I told him if he ever contacted me again, I would report him to the dean of his university. I would send the dean everything he'd ever written me, and his career as a doctor would be over. From that day forth, he never did contact me again. I really wish I'd thought of that sooner. I was just so relieved, though, that I could finally lead a normal life again. Okay, so a little bit of backstory before I tell you one of the craziest experiences of mine that happened during my 2-year security career from 2013 to 2015. I'm a 6'7" male in Australia. I'd like to think I'm fairly tough and an intimidating guy, but some of that shit that used to go on at the mall, I used to work the night shift, and it still gives me goosebumps to this day. The mall I worked at was very, very large. Probably the biggest in my state even, I'd say. All the way up to about 8:30, it would be extremely busy. Only around 9:30 would we manage to usher out all of the stragglers, and only at about 11 would all of the business owners had left. My job was basically to patrol the mall, and make sure no one was sticking around after the doors were closed during the night. We didn't get guns or batons, only a small can of mace that was very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around, trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 4 or 5 of us on shift at a time, and they would usually be intimidated by me or some of the more imposing members of security. This one night, though, shit started getting really weird for me on the night shift. I'd say it was about 2 o'clock or so, and I was standing in the middle of the empty food court just eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at nighttime due to the skylight, so it was the most comfortable place to eat lunch. While I was eating, though, I heard this dull scraping noise from the hallway leading off from the food courts and to some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal being dragged across the floor or something. I was immediately put on edge and flicked my torchlight over there without a moment of hesitation. I remember creeping down that hallway, flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder until I was at the very end of the hallway. There was the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I could tell the sound was coming from the female toilets. I gripped the handle and opened the door a tiny crack. The noise was now very clear and had me not scared but instead confused. I called out, "Hey, who's in there?" The noise immediately stopped. I paused for a moment, listening hard through the tiny crack of the door, and I swear to God I could hear breathing, a low male breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tight, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in the food court bathrooms. I think someone's hiding in there." No response. Now this was really strange. It put me even farther on edge. Policy was to always answer the radio. Now I was truly becoming quite alarmed. "This is 1-3. Does anyone copy?" Still no response. I remember whispering to myself, "What the fuck is going on here?" I again opened the door just a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as possible. "If you don't fucking come out here with your hands up right now, you're gonna end up eating your own teeth tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point, but there was no response. In fact, now there was no noise at all. I yelled out into the bathroom, "Okay, I'm coming in now. If you do anything stupid, it's not my fault if you'll never walk again." I tried my hardest to sound scary, but my voice was quivering at this point. The whole situation made no sense at all. Why would this guy be in the female bathrooms? What was that metal noise? What the fuck was even happening? I very slowly opened the door and scanned my flashlight slowly across the room. All of the cubicles were open, which was weird, but other than that, the room seemed to be totally empty. I was really shitting myself now. I was definitely losing it. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me. I was scared to the core. I let out a faint, "This is some real horror movie shit right here. Hey, come out!" I heard the long, whining squeak of the door behind me. I span around, basically almost crying at this point, only to shine my torch on a fucking massive man. Somehow, this guy was even taller than me. He was Caucasian, and at least in his 40s. He had matte gray hair all over his forehead. He was mid-opening the door, but he stopped dead still in the middle of this action. The man just kinda looked at me, smiling this guilty smile like a kid would make when he got caught stealing biscuits or some shit. I'm not gonna lie, I was so scared I froze. He lifted his finger up to his mouth and whispered, "Shh." He swung the door open all the way and sprinted out with what looked like some kind of small metal box in his hand. Turns out he had been just behind the toilet door when I was opening it, and I'd totally missed him. I was so close to him, and I didn't even notice. He could have easily killed me if he had a knife or something. That thought still haunts me to this day. Later that night, my radio just miraculously started working again. I got right on to telling my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none were as close of a shave as mine. I worked the night shift for another week after that before I quit. I was not sticking around in a job like that. I needed help, and for some reason my radio just decided to fuck itself? Why? I was not going to deal with a situation like that ever again. This story might not be poop your pants scary or anything like that, but it has left me shaken and very uneasy about working late shifts. Anyways, I had just finished my first year of university and taken up a position as a taxi dispatcher with my boyfriend's cousin's taxi company. For the first week and a half, I worked mainly day shifts until the owner decided to extend the hours to 24/7. I was the lucky employee who would be covering 3 to 4 of these shifts a week. The next week I was working would be my first night shift alone. The driver would be out all night looking for fares, which meant a lot of the night would be just me. I wasn't uneasy working such a shift by myself, since I had worked at a 24-hour coffee shop before and was used to midnight shifts. It was also a Wednesday or Thursday night, so it wasn't particularly busy. The best part about this job was that my boss let me use the internet to play video games on my laptop in the office. From the computer desk in there, I could see the front door, a portion of the front desk, and most of the front windows, so I could easily keep a close eye on what was going on outside. Plus, the bell above the front door would always alert me to a new customer anyway. This meant I wouldn't be caught off guard if I got a little bit too into my game. This particular night, I was working with a taxi driver named Dave. Dave was about 6'3" and 300 pounds, plus he suffered from several health problems, one of which made all his movements slow and painful. He definitely was not Mr. Fitness or the type of person who would be able to defend themselves or others very easily. Sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 1:30 to 2 a.m., Dave got a call to go pick up someone in a town 15 minutes away. He gathered up his things and drove off into the night, while I headed into the office and continued playing my video game. About 15 minutes later, though, I caught something over the top of my laptop. My mind froze immediately. I could hear some panting, and in the reflection of the window, I could see someone sitting down in one of the waiting chairs. I walked to the doorway that connected the front room with the office. I glanced over into the sitting area and nearly shit bricks. Some guy with a massive rat tail had managed to ninja his way into the office and was now sitting in one of the chairs with his face buried in his hands. This guy was extremely dirty and sweaty and sounded like he had just run a marathon or something. Now, the rat tail should have tipped me off, but I found it more hilarious than frightening. A few moments passed, and I finally got up the courage to ask him if he needed a cab. He didn't respond at first, so I asked him again. He looked up at me, and I took a step back into the office. His face was scratched up and covered in blood from a wound on the top of his head. I was shocked and immediately offered assistance to him. "I'm fine, I don't need help, I just want to go home." I asked him if he needed a cab, and if so, where he would be going. He told me he lived about 20 minutes away and wanted Dave to take him home. After that, shit started to get weird. I called over to Dave using the radio to tell him there was a new fare in the office and he wanted a ride. He told me he'd be another 10 minutes or so. My hand was on the phone the entire time, just in case this guy made any sudden movements. Instead of going back into the office, I decided it was best to stay out front where there were 2 great big bay windows that would make it easy to see what was happening inside. I didn't feel as though he was a particular threat, but he seemed really angry about something. I wanted to make sure that if something did happen to me, people would be able to see it. I walked out into the front room, and as I got closer to the gentleman, that's when I saw it. He was not just bleeding from the head, but from the shoulder and knees as well. I asked him again if he was okay, and I offered to call an ambulance for him. Bad idea. "You don't need to be doing that," he told me. "It ain't like I killed nobody, right? I never killed nobody. Don't go doing that. You don't need to call anyone. I just need to get home." "Okay, I'm sorry. I just noticed that you're kind of bleeding pretty badly. I thought maybe you'd like someone to make sure you're okay." "I didn't kill nobody. That asshole should have kept his mouth shut. He got what was coming to him. He shouldn't have said those things. But it ain't like I killed nobody, so you don't need to call nobody. I just want to go home." "Okay, but you're bleeding," I told him. "I swear I didn't kill nobody. Please don't call the cops. I don't need the cops. I just need to go home. I didn't kill anyone." There was silence for a few minutes. He noticed the phone clutched in my hand. "I fell down," he blurted out. "Pardon me?" "I fell," he repeated. "That's why I'm bleeding. I fell." He got up and started pacing around. He was growing impatient for his cab, and now I was scared shitless. Blood was on the chair and the floor. I had the phone in my hand, and every once in a while he broke the silence with another string of incoherent babbling about how he had done nothing wrong. He hadn't killed anyone, and I didn't need to call the cops because he was a good guy. Eventually, Dave radioed over that he was about 2 minutes away. I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He pulled up out front and the man hopped into the car and they drove off. Now I was worried for Dave, though. I called the cops. I reported what happened, and they followed the taxi cab to this guy's house, where they arrested him. Turns out this guy had run away from a nearby bar after he'd physically assaulted a fellow patron, injured him with a sharp object, I assume a pocket knife or needle. He'd taken off running, fallen, and managed to find his way to the taxi office. During his time in the cab office, the police had been searching for him, so technically, no, he did not kill anyone, but he did assault and attempt to kill someone. I also found out that one of the other drivers, Steven, knew the guy from high school years ago. This guy's name was Duke, I guess, which explains the rat tail, and he had a long history of violence. He also had a history of coming home drunk and cracking his wife's skull open from time to time. Whether he had planned to do that to me that night, I can't say, but I'm just glad that guy ended up in the drunk tank for the night. His wife was unharmed, and thankfully the guy who got stabbed did not die. At least, I assume he didn't, since I did see Duke every now and then walking the streets with his glorious rat tail, which I assume means he did not get arrested in the end. So this is a true story that happened to me years ago. I'm from Germany and worked at an old people's home in a little German town around this time. The facility was in a very rural area on the outskirts of town. One night, I had a night shift with a new coworker I'd never worked with before. He was in his mid-50s wearing these little round glasses, and for some reason, he seemed a little bit strange to me at first sight. There were always only 2 workers alone in the facility at night, and our job was to watch after over 100 rooms on 3 separate floors and make control rounds through the whole facility. We weren't allowed to use the elevators for security reasons at night and had to use the stairway instead. I remember this particular night had some very strange weather. It was unusually stormy and wild outside when my shift started at about 10 p.m. Around this time, most of the other personnel were gone. Only one older nurse was on the station room on the 2nd floor, where we had our headquarters at night. She wasn't used to the newer PC programs we were using at the time, and it took her a bit longer to finish writing down her stuff for the day. My coworker and I started our first round through the entire area. Using the stairways, which had heavy doors, we had to close very slowly and carefully every time to avoid excess noise. Everything was mostly quiet. Most of the old people were asleep already. After we checked all the rooms, we sat down in the 2nd floor station room and finished up some leftover paperwork. The old nurse that was left behind had since finished up all her stuff. All the doors to the outside were shut tight and the house was completely quiet. We were just sitting there together at the table. After about 15 minutes of sitting there in silence, suddenly we heard a heavy door in the stairway smash hard. We looked at each other without saying anything and immediately sprinted toward that noise. I ran up the 3rd floor to search, and my workmates sprinted down to the ground floor. But no matter how hard we searched, we didn't see anything or anybody suspicious. We even checked the stairway windows, and all were closed properly. Someone must have been in the stairway though, we concluded. We found nothing as we continued our tour, rechecking from the 3rd floor all the way down to the ground floor. From there on, I couldn't stop thinking about who the hell would sneak around these floors in the middle of the night. There should only be old people left behind. It was around 2 a.m. when we had to change the double sheets from an old invalid man who'd pissed in his bed. I stood in the corner of the room beside the bed, backed up against the wall. My coworker was on the other side. I remember I was watching the door, kind of just expecting someone to peer into the room at any moment. While I was concentrating on that door though, and lost in my thoughts, suddenly my coworker freaked out of nowhere. He began screaming at the old man, ripping around the sheets and tossing him as well. His face had an extremely angry look. I was shocked and didn't really know what to say or do. I just watched this creepy guy in front of me freak out while some other person was sneaking around the premises unseen. I stood there pressed against that wall in the corner of the room feeling totally lost. I must have been surrounded by psychopaths or something. We finally went back down to the ground floor. Everything was quiet now. The only sounds were wind blowing fiercely. Suddenly, though, we heard a dropping sound, like someone had just dropped a knife or perhaps something metallic. This time, we knew for sure it had come from the kitchen area. We run to the closed glass door where the sound came from. It was a long, dark hallway with an outdoor leading to the trash cans and parking lot at the end. We opened that door and searched every single room. I felt extremely uncomfortable and expected an attack at any moment, but once again we were unable to find anything. Some hours later, still a bit creeped out, we started our very last tour of this night. We decided to split up this time, and I checked the rooms like usual. When I walked past one particular room, I noticed an old lady was still awake and sat bolt upright on her bed. She asked me if I had been in her room 5 minutes ago. I said no, and we'd both just started our last tours. She told me that 5 minutes ago, someone had entered her room and stood there silently staring at her. She asked who they were, but they didn't answer her back. Then, after a while, the door was quietly closed once again. I got some big chills while listening to the old lady describing her tale. I told her to push the alarm button next time something like that happened. I think it's unnecessary to say how I felt for the next hours of the night every time I entered a room or walked around a corner. I knew some stranger was wandering around here, and I expected him to be standing there at any time. I was more than glad when the damn shift was finally over. Some days later, I met the old nurse who'd left the facility that night earlier and told her what had happened. She told me the back door to the kitchen area had been wide open when she went to her car that night. She had reached the open, dark back door to the parking lot and called out to ask if somebody was there. Suddenly, she got a very, very bad feeling and turned around to run to her car and drove off fast. She was really scared and tried to reach out and warn us, but found that she didn't have the number to connect with us. Well, I told her that back door had definitely been closed when we checked the area before. We never found out who was sneaking around there that night, and many a night shift worker and old person reported similar experiences throughout the following month. The coworker I had worked with that night was fired after more and more complaints about him emerged over time. I'm just glad I don't work there anymore, and I never have to deal with any of that crazy night shift stuff ever again. Around March of 2014, I started talking to this girl on Tinder. She seemed really cool and fun, and after about a week or so of talking, she suggested we meet up in person. She invited me to this coffee shop nearby, and I accepted. The day of, however, she started messaging me a bunch, saying she had to tell me something. The pictures of her on Tinder were not actually of her, you see, and yes, she was a guy. He claimed he really liked talking to me though, and begged me to still meet up with him. Naturally, I declined this offer and blocked his profile and continued on with my life. About a week later, I started talking to another girl. Once again, she seemed very cool and fun, and we hit it off right away. She asked me if I spoke to people on Tinder frequently, and rather stupidly, I told her about my previous encounter with the man lady. It would take me a few weeks to realize this new girl was the exact same person as the week before. She asked me if I wanted to meet up, and I said sure as long as it was in a public place. We decided on a cafe nearby, and the next day I sat there at the table waiting. 5, 10, 15 minutes had passed and she was nowhere to be found. I then peered out the window and saw from across the street a man staring at me very intently. I looked away, waited a few moments, and looked back. Sure enough, he was still standing there staring at me. At that point, I left the cafe, hopped on my bike, and booked it home as fast as possible. I was definitely more than a little bit freaked out, but I tried to pull myself together and reason that no one could have possibly followed me. I then deleted my Tinder profile, and things were fairly normal for a few weeks after. About 3 weeks later, though, I started getting these phone calls. The numbers all showed up as unknown. I picked up the first few times, only to hear some guy breathing heavily into the phone. I was already freaked out. After about a day, I stopped picking up any call unless it displayed the caller's name. Then I started receiving strange texts. At first, they were pretty harmless, calls for attention and begging me to meet in person. Then, though, they became very sexually charged, until eventually the messages became threatening. Whoever was messaging me started throwing out my family and friends' names and whereabouts, saying he or she would get them involved unless I answered. Because they were texting me now, I could see a displayed number, but when I called phone providers, they told me the number couldn't be traced and was probably a track phone. Great. I waited about 2 weeks not responding to these texts, thinking I shouldn't feed this troll. Eventually, though, it became too much. I started getting upwards of 50 texts and phone calls a day. I would wake up to 10 to 20 every morning. I then decided to change my number altogether. The calls and texts stopped for a while, but sure enough, it started happening again somehow. I called my phone provider asking if they'd ever given out a number at a user's request, and they said their policy stated that they could not unless valid identification was provided. Then one day I tried logging onto my Facebook, only to see that my login was denied. Within a single day, friends had started contacting me, asking what the hell I was doing. Apparently, they were all getting these terrible messages from my account. In particular, one of my girlfriends was receiving messages about her mom who had died years ago. I apologized profusely and told everyone what was going on. I contacted Facebook and explained the situation, and they helped me access my account again, at which point I deactivated it. Enough was enough. I decided to contact the FBI, explaining what had been going on for over a month now. They documented everything, but told me since I or any of my relatives or friends were no immediate danger, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. At that point, I felt stuck. I thought about hiring a private investigator, or possibly a hacker. I decided against it, however, and hoped it would all just fade out if I kept ignoring it. I left my Facebook deactivated and ignored any texts and phone calls. I never had any trouble at home, but some of my closest friends received texts as well, which definitely weirded us all out. I hated that they'd gotten dragged into this. One day I came home, and things felt very eerie suddenly. Door unlocked, windows open, no one home, a strong breeze running through the apartment. I did a thorough check of the place and found nothing else weird, so I locked everything up tight and waited for my roommates to get home. It's been almost 7 months now, and the calls and texts just kind of suddenly stopped. I'll still get the occasional one, but at most every 2 weeks now. At the peak of it, I was receiving hundreds a day. This has definitely affected my social and personal life. I became much more wary of the people around me and my surroundings. I felt like I couldn't really focus on anything until this all stopped. Work was difficult, though I tried to maintain my composure as best I could. Everything was just so weird. Life itself felt weird. I've since stopped using all forms of dating apps and websites. Things are finally getting back to normal, and at this point I kinda just want to put it all behind me. I'm moving at the end of this year, so it'll be nice to have a fresh start in a new place. I'm not gonna sit here and say all dating apps are dangerous and no one should use them or anything like that, but definitely cover your bases. Ask questions before meeting anyone. FaceTime them first, Skype, anything. I was naive about this, and I really regret it. Be safe and stick close to your friends. Try meeting people in more traditional ways if you can.
Let me preface this by saying that this story happened when I was a lot younger and less worldly wise about the creeps of the world. Had I known back then what I know now, this story would have ended before it even began. Unfortunately, this story begins when I, a 16-year-old girl, got bored one day and decided to download a version of the Tinder app. After a couple of swipes, a guy's face popped up. What intrigued me was that he didn't have his name in his profile. Now, he didn't seem like a rapper or anything like that, so I swiped out of curiosity. We matched right away and began talking. Just a pretty run-of-the-mill conversation to start. What do you do for fun? Been to any parties recently? That sort of thing. After a bit of digging, it emerged that he went to the school at the bottom of my road, so we arranged to meet up that weekend. At this point, I didn't even have his real name. I felt too awkward to ask it though. After all, we'd been talking for all this time. Saturday came and Mark turned up about 20 minutes late. He was carrying a rose, presumably to make up for the fact that he was only around 5'2", which he'd very cleverly omitted in the photos he'd posted. I'm not usually into short guys, but I figured why not give it a chance, you know? We went and sat in a park at the town center to talk. We talked for about 2 hours about everything and nothing at all, until Mark asked if he could be so bold as to kiss me. I was flattered, but I declined. He persisted, saying this was very important, until finally I lost my temper and asked him why. He explained to me that he suffered from these sex-based migraines, and if he was deprived of sexual contact for too long, he would get this excruciating headache that would render him immobile for 48 hours. Although I was naive, I was not stupid enough to believe that nonsense. I wanted to get home quickly though after this meeting had suddenly turned sour. I leaned over and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, then hurried away to the piercing parlor across the road, where the owners knew me and talked with me for about an hour, at least until I felt secure enough to get the bus home. I thought that would be the end of the encounter, and traveled home quite calmly. You know, just another mediocre date. Me and my mother never had a strong relationship, and I didn't want to talk to her about something like this. Because of this, when she asked how my day was, I sort of brushed it off and said I'd met up with a friend for lunch. After dinner, I went upstairs to my room and pulled out my phone. My stomach dropped immediately. There was a Snapchat notification from that guy. I don't know how he got it. Maybe my username was the same on the profiles or something like that. I don't really know. I gingerly opened it. It was a 10-second video of him lying in his bed at home, looking dazed and confused. The caption? "Look what you did to me." I realized he was actually faking a migraine and filming it to send to me. I blocked this account, needless to say, and sat there watching TV for a while. No harm done, just one more thing to deal with, I thought. From knowing where I went to school and the fact that I have a somewhat unusually spelled first name, a friend request came in from Mark a couple of days later. I declined it, and he sent one again. I was a little bit weirded out. He seemed to have some mutual friends with me, and from his profile I figured I could learn a bit more about him, i.e. how to avoid him. The messages started pouring in immediately, starting with, "I really enjoyed today, I hope we can see each other again soon," and ending with such gems as, "I need you, you're mine." I laughed and blocked him again. One day I was getting my bus to school when a familiar face smiled at me from the bus stop. It was Mark again, this time with his friends. I wasn't suspicious immediately. After all, my bus stop was just opposite to his school. I vaguely knew one of his friends as well. I smiled and made false pleasantries until my bus came. This was only the first of my many encounters with Mark though, all of which I brushed off as a coincidence. He lived and went to school in the same part of town as I did, so it wasn't uncommon for me to go a day without seeing someone I knew. This is why I didn't put it together at first. The very last encounter though I had was on my way to meet a friend. The week before, I had severely twisted my knee playing netball and was struggling to walk from my bus stop to where my friend had arranged to meet me. As I turned the corner, who should appear but Mark, smiling and greeting me with a wave. He asked me what had happened to my leg, and I told him honestly I'd received an injury. He asked me where I was going. I told him I was meeting my friend. He asked what time I was meeting her. I said in about an hour. He told me his house was right around the corner, and putting his hand firmly on my lower back, he offered that I could wait there with a cup of tea until my friend arrived. I tried to protest, saying I would be fine waiting in a cafe, but there wasn't much I could do as Mark guided me and pushed me towards his house. When we got in, I asked if I could use the bathroom, to which he said yes and showed me to. I texted my friend after locking myself inside. I told her that a guy I vaguely knew had pushed me into his house and she had to pick me up from there as soon as possible. Well, I didn't tell her the entire story. I didn't want to worry her or have her phone my mother, with whom I would have met a worse fate than Mark, I believe. Mark repeatedly knocked on the door asking if I was okay. I said yes, but that I'd be a couple of minutes, and he agreed to wait downstairs for me. When I let myself out of the bathroom, I walked downstairs only to find Mark lying motionless on the floor. I panicked, thinking something must have happened to him, and went to check his pulse. As I reached down, though, his hand shot out immediately to feel my breast through my shirt, and he weakly croaked out, "Need release." I batted his hand away and tried to stand up. "I need you. Feel me." His trousers, which I had not looked at until now, were unbuttoned, and he was stroking himself, eyes now wide open and locked onto me. Needless to say, I freaked out. I ran back up the stairs and struggled with the lock on the door, hearing his slow footsteps getting closer. Just as I was opening it, his voice called out from the other end of the corridor. "Could you at least help me clean my oven then?" I whisked the door open and slammed it behind me, almost in tears at both the pain in my knees and the sheer strangeness of this situation. After managing to get out and limping a couple of roads down from his house, I rang my friend and said there was nothing particular to worry about, but could she please hurry? Luckily, she was right around the corner at this point. We drove off with me telling her everything, in between shaky breaths. The weirdest thing about this story is that only a couple of days later I ran into Mark again, and he acted like nothing had ever happened that day, even offered me some gum, and caught a bus from my bus stop. It's almost like he didn't even remember what happened. I sure as hell wish I didn't. Knock on wood, I haven't seen him around in some time, but that could be because he's gone off to university. He's around the right age to have. When I was a teenager, I worked for a concert production company and a couple of related companies that did merch at local shows. The venues for these shows range from festivals to all-ages venues to even the occasional huge gig. This encounter takes place at a teen girl pop show.
Word to the wise, if you work in the music business and want to take a glimpse behind the curtain of true creeperhood, go to a show put on by a teenage female musician. Most of the audience were teenagers, sure, but there were a depressingly high amount of weird guys who didn't appear to have any daughters in tow. My job at this particular show was to walk through the crowd and sell stuff. Not really a bad job by any means. Lots of exercise, a very fun atmosphere, and you got to watch the show for free. Kind of, sort of. It wasn't that great when it was Christina Aguilera or Hilary Duff or something, but when it was a band you liked, that was pretty awesome. Anywho, about 2/3 of the way through the show, I sold all my glow sticks and had to duck backstage to get some more. Turns out the entire stash back there was all gone too. Because of this, one of the management guys gave me some keys and told me to head down to the lower level to grab some out of storage. This was the level that had the locker rooms and access tunnels for the basketball team that usually played there. The lower level that wasn't taken up by sports stuff was mostly assorted weird storage and access tunnels, not really an area of the arena that I was super familiar with. Well, once I took the elevator down, it suddenly hit me that despite the fact that there was a show going on right that second, the entire lower level on my side of the arena was completely deserted. In a 14,000 plus seat building, this was kind of weird. Unless it was way after hours, there was almost never any time you were completely alone. I got about 100 or so feet down the hallway from the elevator, then rounded a corner. I actually thought I was seeing a zombie for a second. There was a relatively young adult man just standing there in the middle of the hallway, kind of twitching and gurgling like he was having trouble breathing. He kept on making these really weird noises from the back of his throat, and he was staring up at the lights on the ceiling. After reminding myself that zombies aren't actually real, I worried this person might be having a seizure, so I did something really stupid. "Hey, are you okay?" It didn't even occur to me that calling out to a strange adult acting weirdly in a deserted area would be bad news for a skinny teenage girl. His head snapped immediately, and the look on his face was angry and malicious. He didn't look like he was in distress. He looked like he was about to fucking kill me. He was pretty normal looking otherwise. Decent hygiene, clean shaven, not dressed like a slob, but there was something in his eyes that was not right. It was like he couldn't see I was there at all. Obviously, I did the bravest thing possible. I turned around and ran as fast as I could back to the elevator. I can't say for sure, but I think I heard footsteps chasing after me. Maybe I just imagined it though. I reported him to the venue security because he was in a secure area. So secure, in fact, that in theory the elevator should have had a guard down there at all times. But for whatever reason, this time it hadn't. Maybe he didn't even use the elevator to get down there. Who knows how or why he did. I never personally found out what happened, but the paper reported the next day that 6 people had been arrested for drug use at the venue. I really wondered if he may have been one of them. If he was tweaked out of his mind, it would have explained the completely terrifying behavior. It wouldn't really explain, though, why he was an adult male, possibly on his own, in a secure area at a girls' pop show for young teens, though. When I was roughly 6 or 7 months pregnant with my daughter, my cousin asked me to go to an Evanescence concert with her in a neighboring city. We were both pretty excited, and had really decent seats that were front of stage too, right behind the floor/standing area. Since I was pretty far along, my cousin offered to go and get us some drinks and a snack to tide us over until after the concert. She had only been gone for about 5 minutes, when this older man sat down right next to me. Immediately, the man began to strike up a conversation about the concert. You know, if I'd heard of the opening band before, casual concert chatter. He was slightly overweight, balding, and had this real oddness to him. Not wanting to be too rude, I gave short answers and fiddled around on my phone, hoping he'd get the idea I wasn't really interested in talking to a random person. A few minutes of awkward silence passed by when he suddenly began asking questions regarding my pregnancy. They weren't the typical questions either. How big would my breasts get? Does my baby fall asleep or get squirmy when I have an orgasm? And a few other things along those lines. Needless to say, I was extremely uncomfortable and decided to just ignore this guy. Another man a row behind us heard all of these and tapped me on the shoulder to ask if I was okay. He glared at the pervert until he finally left. I breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the kind stranger. He told me no problem and said to give him the word if the pervert came back. Thankfully, my cousin returned only a few minutes later and the concert began. It wasn't until halfway through the show, when Evanescence took a quick break, that the pervert suddenly showed up again right next to me. This time, he laughingly said the concession attendant had given him an extra fountain soda by mistake and offered it to me. I politely told him no and told him I didn't like soda. My cousin had already gotten me a drink anyway. He glared at me and really insisted I take this beverage from him. Finally, to shut him up, I took it and put it on the floor between my cousin and I. He seemed very happy when I grabbed it, and for the rest of the concert I could see him eyeing me and muttering something to himself. When the concert finished and we got up to leave, the man grabbed my hand. I felt bile rise up in my throat and snatched my hand away from him. He looked shocked that I'd done this, then glanced down at the untouched soda. Immediately, he began to scream at me for not drinking his gift and how he'd bought it especially for me. How funny. I thought he'd said they'd given him an extra on accident. The man would not let me pass by. The place was crowded with people trying to get to their cars. I felt trapped, and this guy was becoming more irate by the second about me not drinking his damn drink, so I did the only thing I could think of. I pissed myself and started screaming my water had broken. That got people moving damn fast out of our way, and we were finally able to lose the guy in the crowd. We made it home with no other incidents, and the entire time my cousin was apologizing for being absolutely clueless. This was after I explained to her that I wasn't really in labor and I just pissed myself. I still have no idea what that guy was after, but I really feel like he must have slipped something into that drink. As a brief introduction for some background on how this happened, allow me to say I'm an old-school metalhead. I travel around my tri-state area to see various heavy metal shows. The town I live in is a pretty small town with no real musical scene, outside of some hip-hop and pop music. No venue here really has anything I'd like to pay money to see. As such, I'm forced to travel at least an hour or so away to see any shows I'd really like. This has me often traveling with my wife, my favorite concert buddy. Usually, we go clear across the state to see concerts. There's this one particular venue we love to frequent, but it's a good 3.5-hour drive away. It always has great metal acts playing there though, many even coming from Europe. When we go to this place, we usually stay in a hotel/casino that's about 3 or 4 blocks away from the venue. It's a very short walk. This particular night, we just finished up seeing Dark Tranquillity, a Swedish melodic death metal band. It was about 2 a.m. when we got out of the venue, as we'd stayed behind for a bit afterward hoping to meet either Dark Tranquillity or some of the opening bands afterwards. This can happen quite often actually at small venues like this. We did, so it was a little while after the show before we got out of there. We left and began to make the walk back to the hotel. At this point, there were tons of fellow metalheads milling out as well, and it was kind of a general idea for many of us to stay in the same hotel. After all, it was right around the corner, like I said, just a few blocks over. This meant we were all kind of walking there together in this big mob. Now, if you're into the heavy metal scene and frequent live shows, you'll know it's a fairly tightly knit community. We're all there for the same reason,
so everyone is usually pretty friendly and talkative, discussing the show, past shows, the meeting of band members, lots of really jovial discussion. I'd had to piss for over an hour at this point, but I hadn't wanted to dip into the restroom during the end of the band show. Afterwards, it had been packed with a line flowing out back onto the floor. At this point, though, it was hitting me pretty hard. I'd also had a few drinks in the club as well, so I really couldn't hold it anymore. Rather than wait till we get back to our room and pissing myself, I decided I needed to stop at a public restroom down at the bottom of the parking garage and take this piss. It really needed to happen. My wife didn't mind very much, as she needed to go herself, so we split off onto our own ways. I come into the restroom and think I'm by myself, so I hit the first urinal there and start my go at it. As I'm about to finish up, the door creaks open, and this rather large bald fellow walks in. He stopped dead in his tracks right in front of the door for a moment. He took me in, like he didn't expect anyone else to be in there. Then he went to the sink as I was doing the same, and started washing his face. I started washing my hands, and he looked over at me with water running off of his nose. He asked me what I was doing out here so late. I explained I was coming back from a concert without even looking at him. He then started to ask what kind of music, and I explained to him that it was a heavy metal concert. He kinda shrugged and nodded and said, "Cool." I finished up and dried my hands. He turned around and grabbed my upper arm. "Hey, then maybe you're interested in buying something I have." He started to rifle through his jeans pockets and mumbled that it must be in there somewhere. I tried politely telling him I was not interested and needed to go, but he shuffled in front of me quickly, blocking off the doorway. He looked extremely angry at this point and jutted out his shoulders. He was probably a good foot taller than me. I'm a fairly short guy, so this isn't really hard to do, but still, this guy was huge. "Look, man, no need to be rude. Don't be a dick." I again declined, trying to stay polite. At this point, I was starting to tense up, anticipating a huge scuffle. The problem is, I was exhausted. I just spent the better part of 3 hours jumping around and smashing my body into other people. Quite frankly, I was ready to collapse, not fight. The guy grabbed my arm again, this time a lot harder. "Hey man, I'm fucking talking to you!" My sense of trying to be reasonable had left me behind at this point. I was too tired to give a shit anymore. Knowing I shouldn't, I told him, "Man, you're the one being an asshole. I'm fucking tired and I'm just trying to get the fuck out of here, so get out of my damn way." The man shoved me back and stepped in closer. I was trying to be nice. "Fuck you. You trying to start some shit with me?" It ran through my head that while I almost usually always have a pocket knife on me, in case things like this happen to go down, at this point I was completely unarmed. I couldn't bring the knife with me into the venue club through their security. I was preparing for the worst. This guy was clearly hopped up on something and was a good deal bigger than me. I was really going to lose this fight hard, and it was about to get hairy. The guy was blocking my way to the door too, so there was really no way past him. Just as I was thinking I was done for, the door creaked open again, and I heard laughter and talking start to flood in. The guy let go of my arm suddenly and turned around to look. A group of 5 guys in black shirts, studded leather jackets adorned with dozens of band logo patches, and jeans strolled into the restroom. One of them was a Hispanic fellow with long curly dark hair. He waved to me excitedly. "Oh, dude, what's up? That was a sick fucking show tonight, huh?" One of his friends, another Hispanic guy with a shaved head, took in what might have been going on here. "Hey, this fucker giving you shit, man?" I looked back to the bald assailant. A worried expression had crossed over his features. Even being a pretty big guy, he was now 6'1", and all of them were at his back. A few of them were even bigger than him, too. They were all pretty decked out from the show as well, so they must have been pretty intimidating looking to an average person not from a metal scene. He glanced at me for a split second. "Oh, nah, man, we were just talking." I interjected quickly, fed up with this jackass. "Yeah, and now we're done talking. Get the fuck out of my way. And next time, don't be a dickhead if you know what's good for you." I started to barge past him, pushing him aside.
The Hispanic dude with the long hair turned back to me as I was passing and told me to have a good night. I met up with my wife, who had decided to stay outside for a smoke. She asked me what took so long, joking that I had to take a huge shit, and I told her about everything as we were going up the elevator into the hotel. We decided to stop in at the in-hotel bar and grill before returning to our room, as we were both kind of hungry. After ordering, we were standing by the counter for a few minutes when I hear laughter and loud voices coming in from the lobby. The same group of 5 guys was coming our way, back toward the snack shop and bar and grill. The long-haired guy saw us and said, "Shit, dude, look at that." He pointed to the window, looking out to the lobby, down into the entrance of the parking garage. I could see the bald guy down there, laying on the ground and clearly being handcuffed by 2 police officers standing over him. One of them had his taser in hand and its line was connected to the guy's side. He told me apparently the guy had stuck around in the restroom as they'd left, and one of them went over to a parked police car a few aisles over in the garage after noticing there was an officer inside. They told him the guy was on something in there, and he'd been acting threatening and kind of shady. Apparently, the officer and his partner decided to step inside the restroom and take a look. As the guys from the concert were going up the elevator to the hotel lobby, they'd heard some shouting and looked down to see the guy being drug out by both officers. I guess he tried to fight them or something. Apparently, there had been a big scuffle before one of them tasered him. And then it ended up as we all saw now, with him getting cuffed and dragged into the police car. We all had a good laugh about it actually, and talked while we waited on our food. Nice guys really. I connected with some of them on Facebook, and we're still friends to this day. This happened around 10 to 12 years ago, and I'd almost completely forgotten about it until now. It's a somewhat short story, but at the time it absolutely terrified me. You see, when I was younger, my entire block was filled with kids around my age. At the time, that was around 9 to 11, I think. I can't remember how exactly old I was. We would all play around the neighborhood near this cemetery that was right next to my house. We all used to play until after dark, playing games like Ghost in the Graveyard and Tag along with all that other fun stuff. It wasn't particularly uncommon for us to be completely unattended around the block. It was a relatively safe neighborhood after all. I still live in the same house to this day, and I'm surprised this even happened. This particular day, my best friend and I, who was 2 years younger than me, decided to go look at the gravestones in the cemetery. We went in there and started browsing, amazed by all the dates and names we found. We were so preoccupied, in fact, that we didn't notice this man who was walking aimlessly alone in the cemetery, not looking at any graves in particular, just sort of shambling around. I saw him and told my friend that maybe we should head back now. The guy was a bit creepy, and we were just scrawny little girls. She agreed, and we decided to go. Just as we were about to exit the cemetery, this older woman stopped us. "You girls shouldn't come in here at night. There are creeps that walk through here." She gave a knowing, creepy smile. We told her sorry and we were just playing. We went back on our way. When we got back to our houses, we continued playing in the front yard, doing what little girls are wont to do, when suddenly I looked up, only to see that same man from the cemetery, standing a distance away. I was a little bit creeped out, but I didn't know at the time that this was something to watch out for. The man started to walk up to us, trying to talk to us. We just kept playing and running around like we didn't notice him, and eventually we moved to the backyard instead, where we felt a lot safer. We waited for an hour or so for when we thought that guy would leave. We thought it was safe to venture back into the front yard now, but we could see him there, just sitting on the curb staring at the house. I could now see that he wasn't dressed particularly nicely, and maybe hadn't taken a bath in a while. Despite it being summer, he had a hat on, kinda like this thick beanie. We got really creeped out at this point and ran over to our moms. My friend's dad came out and tried to shoo him away, and we thought that would be it. Another hour goes by again though, when we see the same man standing right next to our neighbor's backyard, trying to pet their dogs. We ran in and told her dad again, and he ordered us to stay inside. We watched interested from the window, and God, I wish I had not. My best friend's dad ran across the street just in time to see the man standing near the same yard with a bite from the dog on the one hand and the dog itself dead in the other. He ran down the alley just before my friend's dad could reach him. Our parents called the cops immediately, but I don't think that guy was ever found. I think it's time for me to post a creepy story about an incident that happened about 2 years ago, and this seems like as good a place as any to share. First of all, let me talk to you about the cemetery and the area around it. Now, this cemetery was very visually stunning. It had a completely open area where you could see all the graves around and into the distance, as well as a spooky maze-like section with nature overwhelming the gravestones and overgrown plants everywhere. There was also this large church located at the far end. It was very eerie but also picturesque at the same time. Before this incident happened, I never really cared about this graveyard all that much though. I would walk past it when having to go meet my friends or when I took a shortcut through just to get home, and very recently to get to college as well. The cemetery was next to some spooky alleyways too, and a council estate, so you had to watch your back when you walked through this place. There was constant rumors of drug dealers, muggers, and all sorts of unsavory characters roaming the area at night. Nevertheless, the cemetery was not too interesting to me, until my friend told me a bizarre story involving his brothers and their friends. At nighttime, the brothers and their friends used to play this game inside the cemetery at night. I don't recall my friend telling me the explicit name or anything like that, but that's not really that important, I suppose. The gist is, they were being typical teenagers, causing mischief to make the day worth it, since the district had the excitement of watching grass grow. After about 20 minutes of doing this little game, they began to notice that something was off. They suddenly felt like they were being watched. The atmosphere had turned very dark and bleak as well. Tension was hanging among them, because now they knew they were not alone. And then soon enough, one of the guys saw something. A person, wearing a cloak, and holding something beside them. The person seemed to be crouching under gravestones, and silently trying to move from one to the other, getting ever closer. When they noticed, they informed the others of the situation. They turned, all of them. Before the others could even say a word in response, the cloaked man began to run after them, holding a hammer in his hand. This guy was insanely fast, but due to the adrenaline rush and sport background of the opposing forces, these teens were much faster. I don't want to take over their story or make it much longer, so I'll finish by saying they jumped over a big fence and did escape the cloaked man. The second they jumped over, a large thud was heard, and the fence pushed forward a bit. The man had smacked the fence with his large hammer in rage. That was certainly enough force to crack open a skull. Afterwards, they got home, and two of them told their brother, my friend. At first, I didn't really believe this story, and neither did anyone else really. The person who told it to me, Sam though, didn't seem like a person who would lie a lot, and he seemed very serious as well. I thought it was just his brothers trying to trick him and scare him, but I thought to myself, hey man, fuck it, I'll go see if this cloaked man is really there, and you guys are all coming with me. A day after presenting my friends with this little adventurous idea, I began planning where we should meet and how we were going to go about this quest. Suddenly, my friend David texted me. He had already gone looking for this cloaked man the night before with his friends. His encounter was a little less frantic than the other confrontation, but this time a bit more outlandish as well. David had gone with two other people. When they went deep into the cemetery's open area, one of the guys shouted out, "Hey, no face!" Dave tried to tell him to shut up, but he wouldn't stop. The group carried on through the pathway, surrounded by all these graves, until they reached a large shed. David and the others hid behind a bush. and finally saw the man. It seemed the cloaked man was inside this shed examining various weapons, a large hammer, a rusty-looking wrench, and a decaying machete. Eventually, he stopped and walked out of the shed and off into the church. Unexpectedly, the church bells rang, quite loudly as well. The guys watching didn't exactly know what was going on here. The bell was ringing for a good minute. At that point, Dave told the others to get up and go back to another spot. They hid behind a bench this time, being further away from this strange church. The cloaked man came back out, looking concerned like he had noticed something out of place. He was wielding an axe this time as well. Panic rushed through everyone behind the bench, making everyone involved quickly agree to get the hell out. They tried to sneak away, but David kept his eyes locked on that cloaked man. What he did next, though, gave my friend various amounts of what the fuck thoughts forever. The cloaked man just kind of stopped dead in his tracks and fell over to the ground. What the hell was this guy doing? He was crawling around the gravestones rapidly, going from one to the other like he was enacting a scene from The Grudge. However, he was not just doing that. He was making these weird noises too. He was spewing out these weird growling animal sounds that conquered the frigid, emotionless graveyard. Abruptly, he got up and smashed one of the gravestones with his axe for no reason, and let out a haunting scream to the skies. Well, at that point, they said fuck hiding and all ran away. The cloaked man didn't even try to chase them. Instead, he kind of aimlessly looked off into the distance. When he finished his story of discovering more about this mysterious man, I thought there might not be any point to going now. We all knew for sure that this cloaked man was real, and was apparently just a weirdo that preyed on teens and poor short-lived gravestones. What else could you really find out just by watching him? Well, I'm big on adventure, so I thought that David, Sam, and I, and many others should go and explore just a bit more. You know, just see what else this guy does. Might be interesting. A few days later, we put together our all-star team. Sam, David, Charlie, Mike, and I. Charlie was a fat slob and Mike was the funny man of the group. So, we all met up at the local tube station. In daytime. Yeah, we were going to go at nighttime at first, but everyone, including me, wussed out. So instead, we went in the middle of the day. We walked slowly through the empty alleyways and the council houses until we got to the gates, which we found locked. We hopped over, though, and began our adventure. Sadly, Charlie and Mike were already not having it and climbed back out. They weren't going to be too far, they were just going to wait for us outside. We wanted them to come too, but after about a minute of trying to convince them, we left them behind and walked through the large pathway with the gravestones around us. Instead of going straight over to the shed, we decided to take another route. All of us went through the claustrophobic maze-like section, where the gravestones were covered over with overgrown plants. We began walking around and arguing amongst each other as well. Sam was bored and wanted out. Dave didn't care that much, and I wanted to go back out into the open and find this shed. 5 minutes of pointless arguing in, suddenly we heard footsteps around us. We looked all around but saw nothing. "Dude, grab your phone," Sam said to me. "Alright, hold on a moment." I got my phone out and unlocked it and went to the camera. I was pointing at the remoteness with my iPhone, but nothing was lurking in the distance or anything like that. At least, not that we could see. We knew someone was near us, so we began to frantically walk through this maze. Sam told me to begin recording, so I did just that. Since nothing was happening again, the recording just became a dragged-out video of us walking around like idiots, looking in every direction. I switched that damn phone off, and we went deeper into this maze. It got darker and darker and tighter and tighter. And then I saw it. The cloaked man was following us. I finally saw that fucker. When I looked behind, I noticed he was hidden right behind this huge angel statue, and he was stupidly close. "Guys, he's right there behind us. Let's get the fuck out of here." David, being the confident and curious guy of the group, walked back and tried to catch the guy. I didn't want to see this person pop out, but I wasn't leaving my friend behind. so we all went to see behind the statue. Somehow, he was already gone. Sam began to get scared and wanted to go home. He had this crawling feeling that the cloaked man was still staring at us. We continued on though, being young idiots, and that's when I spotted him once again, this time on the other side. He was a little bit further away from us, but I could see him trying to get closer, blending in with the trees. I started to really freak out. Dave and Sam noticed him as well, so we ran about 30 feet away and tried to hide. The cloaked man was now going in the other direction and entered the church, which was noticeable where we hid. We heard those bells begin to chime. David confirmed those were the same ones he'd heard that other night. Then the cloaked man emerged with his huge axe. Without any hesitation, he charged at our direction immediately. We were still in the maze-like area of the cemetery, but we could see that open area in the distance where the gravestones and church were located. He was far away, but definitely charging right at us. He knew we were there. Even though we were hiding and nowhere near him, he still knew where we were. He didn't change directions or anything. He sprinted in a single line with the axe in both hands. As I realized he was getting closer and closer, I screamed to run, and we legged it. We ran, and I looked behind. He was right there, ready to swing his axe at us. We didn't want to split up, so we ran around the maze until we found a pathway with large hedges on the side. No going back now. We all ran and ran through the path, but after running down, I was beginning to have a heart attack. When I looked in front, I felt so much fear. I was losing hope. This was a dead end. My friends and I were greeted by a locked shed at the end of the path, with no way to get in. No way to climb on top either. We had the feeling of dread taking over our bodies. We waited there for a few moments, and the cloaked man didn't come. We silently went the other direction, and stumbled back to the overgrown plant gravestone maze. We looked everywhere, finding broken tombstones and ripped up branches all over the place. There was silence for about 10 minutes. We searched in every direction, hoping the cloaked man had given up and was really gone. All of us were sneaking around as best we could, until we finally got out of the maze, and the claustrophobic feeling of that horrible area disappeared. The mundane gray clouds that suddenly appeared above made the open cemetery look even more disturbing and bleak than it already was. As we walked on, we could hear a thunderstorm starting, and it looked like it was going to rain. We tried to jog out of there. We looked up, only to see something sticking out. Holy shit. The cloaked man was in the distance, his hood off, standing on top of a gravestone. His face was partially visible, but not exactly. He was wearing a cliché Halloween mask for some reason. We stared at him for about 20 seconds before he got down and began crawling in our direction. Well, fuck that. We ran until we jumped over the fence. Charlie and Mike weren't there. The bastards must have gotten bored and left, but I guess I can't really blame them. After that, we were all freaked out and decided never to go to that cemetery again, although I did go there years later to film some things for college assignments. After that, we went home and that was pretty much it. The next day, though, I walked through a street with a cemetery on the left side and saw red tape and police in the graveyard, right next to that church. I wish I had asked the police officer what was going on, but I was too freaked out to go back there to check, even with the police all around. I never did find out what exactly happened there, and to think of it now, I don't think I really want to know. There were rumors that the guy that was stalking and chasing all of us was just the caretaker wearing a mask, and trying to scare people who went to the cemetery and tried to mess around. The police investigation probably had nothing to do with the cloaked man. At least I hope not. But I guess I can't really be sure. This incident happened to a relative of mine and his younger cousin, as well as a few of their friends. I'll name this relative Dave. He and his wife were in their 20s at the time this happened, and had not been married particularly long. This incident happened around the 1990s. Dave also had a younger cousin who was being raised by her grandparents. The grandparents lived out in the country, and there were not a lot of kids her age around to hang with. This meant that Dave and his wife would often invite her along if they were driving into the nearest city to see a movie, play mini golf, or do anything like that. It happened to be the cousin's 13th birthday, and she wanted to have a sleepover. It was decided this would be held at Dave's house. She invited 5 of her closest friends as well. Well, Dave and his wife themselves were not exactly all that mature, and when around the kids, they would act like kids right along with them. Anyway, they decided later that night to all go to a graveyard together, I guess just for a thrill or something. It's not like there was really much in our tiny town to do anyway. In our small town, the graveyards around this area were all located out in the woods. This particular one was surrounded by a really thick batch with no houses nearby at all. It was fairly small and had a chain-link fence around it, as well as a street light near the gate where you enter. I think there hadn't even been that street light until a caretaker installed it at some point, presumably to deter teenagers from drinking and partying there. Dave, his wife, and the 6 girls all exited the car and walked around the graveyard. They were all laughing, joking, chasing each other, telling scary ghost stories, trying to spook each other. Really just doing a lot of teenage girl stuff. They finally got tired of playing around and decided to go back to Dave's house. They all went and got back in Dave's large 70s model car. The girls piled into the back, and of course he and his wife hopped into the front. All of the girls were talking and giggling amongst each other, being silly, while Dave, sitting in the driver's seat, was getting ready to crank up the car. While this was going on, though, they heard a sudden tap on the driver's side window. It wasn't a tap like someone using their knuckles. It was more of a ting, 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 the sound that it might make when someone was tapping with a light metal object. Everyone looked toward that sound, only to see a man standing there, holding a machete. The tip of that machete was what he had used to tap on the window with. Dave and his wife said this guy was dressed like Rambo. He was not wearing a shirt and had some kind of rag wrapped around his head. It was painted up with green and brown paint. I guess kind of like army guys paint themselves when they go on maneuvers. Dave, for some reason, assumed this was possibly someone needing help, so he began to open his door and get out to talk to the guy. When he did this, his wife and all the girls started screaming at him and diving for the door. The girls were diving all from the back seat and his wife across the seat as well. They all pulled it shut together and locked it, then frantically began locking all the other doors. They began to scream at him even more, telling him to get the fuck out of there. While he was putting the key in the ignition, the guy did this sort of weird karate move, like you might see on TV. Dave cranked it up and they took off out of there. Later that night, they rode back to the graveyard to see if he was still there. Of course, this time they had the doors locked and did not get out. They thought they could see someone lying on one of the graves toward the back of the graveyard, but perhaps it could have just been a trick of the lighting. We still don't know to this day who this individual was. I believe he was either on drugs or mentally ill, perhaps. It creeped all of them out, though, that this very strange guy was hiding in the graveyard watching them earlier, when they were all walking around out there laughing and having fun, totally oblivious to his presence. So I used to work from 4 p.m. to 12:25 a.m. Before I accepted those hours, my brother agreed to take me home each day. Well, he slacked off on that deal numerous times, and I was left to walk or skateboard home very late at night. I suppose I could have taken a taxi, but at the time I really didn't want to pay. These trips from work to my house would take an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how lazy I was feeling that night. The route I took was extremely simple as well. It was pretty much a straight shot. It was through one of the scariest and most ghetto parts of Phoenix, Arizona, though. Needless to say, I was already in a pretty bad mood this night because my brother had once again bailed on being my ride. By the way, this was a few years ago, roughly 3 or 4 I think. There I am, making my way home in the cold, lonesome dark. I'd been on foot already for 15 to 20 minutes, and I was about to go underneath the freeway. I noticed a car coming up on my way. No big deal. People are always up around this area, no matter what the time of day is. I just kept on walking, but when I looked up, I noticed the driver was staring right at me. He was still driving by very slowly, but his eyes and head were focused on me. I figured it was just a guy being weird and rubbernecking. He drove about 50 feet down when he suddenly did a U-turn and came back towards my way. My heart dropped immediately, and I realized this guy might be a real danger. Again, I watched as he drove by, his eyes strictly focused on me. He sped up and drove ahead. I stared at his car the whole time, hoping he would just leave and go on his way. But no, he made a left turn into a bank's parking lot and shut off all his lights. I was on the side of the road nearer to him. I just kept walking, my eyes searching everywhere for him. I knew I had to keep him in my sight. I kept walking because it was all I could do. Luckily, there was a low-cut wall and some dirt to space out the parking lot he was in, and the sidewalk I was on apart from each other. I walked for a minute or so when I noticed the car parked right there by the wall. I could make out the shape of a man. The door opened, and he quickly hopped out of his car. I knew now he had some awful intentions for me. I ran and jumped on my skateboard and pushed the hardest I could, the fastest my feet would allow me. I heard the man yelling at me from behind. I saw him quickly hop into his car and restart the engine. I skated the fastest I could to an empty intersection. He drove by me, keeping those shady eyes on me. He sped ahead and again made a turn somewhere in the distance. This time I stayed at a post office, trying to figure out what I could do. I didn't have a phone, and all I could think of was how I could get out of this situation. I knew he was waiting for me just up ahead. I decided to go back and go up across a bridge to a gas station instead. I kept on searching for his car, but I didn't see him around. At the gas station, I decided not to use the phone. Don't really know why. I decided just to use a different route going home instead. It was much longer, and I arrived home at 3 a.m. I went to the kitchen to see my brother's television on, the light coming from underneath his door. I was too tired to be mad, though. I just got to my room, went to sleep, and pretended I'd had a bad nightmare. I wonder what that man wanted from me. I was 19 then, and my hair was somewhat long, but from a distance I might look like a guy. It was clear I had no money as well. Why else would I be skating home at such an odd time of day? I skated home a few more times after, but I never did see that man again. So let me start off by saying I move around a lot in between SoCal and Arizona. At the time of this incident, December 2015, I was still living in SoCal at my grandparents' apartments. I had gotten a seasonal job at Toys R Us to do something with my time and learn some people skills. I'm a 24-year-old girl and have some pretty extreme social anxiety. I sometimes find it really hard to talk to people, so I figured this job might help me with that. Another important thing to mention, my grandmother is on a government program with reduced housing cost and has a 2-bedroom apartment ever since my grandfather passed away. Due to the annual check at her complex, she's supposed to be the only inhabitant of her dwelling, so technically I was not supposed to be living there with her. She liked the help and the company though, and I liked being rent-free. Now, since I wasn't technically supposed to be there, I technically had to sneak around, and most definitely could not park on the parking grounds for the complex. That would draw too much attention. There was, though, a cemetery right across the street from the complex, and then a half-mile of houses leading down the street to the next cemetery, along which most of the visitors for the houses and apartments nearby parked.
including myself. I was getting to stay rent-free and staying with my grandma who I loved, which was awesome to me, even if it meant I had to park a half-mile away and walk a little bit. I didn't exactly mind much. All was well and good for a few months from when I got the job in October, minus a scary incident with a stalker at work. I'll leave that story for another time. Eventually, though, they started putting me on night shifts, which I definitely did not mind since I tended to be a night owl. Also, if you've ever been on closing shift at any retail store, you know you can easily stay an hour or two overtime after the store closes, doing a reshop during the holiday season. It was early December at this time, so I ended up getting off work past 2 a.m. Around this hour at this time of the year in this part of SoCal, the mist gets unbearably thick, to the point of having to drive 30 miles per hour down the freeway with brights on. Even with that, you still can't even see a foot or two in front of your car. Tonight was one of those nights. I wasn't too bothered by it at that time, but it did set off my anxiety a little bit. By the time I got home, and it took me nearly 20 minutes to find an available space, I was pretty anxious. Of course, with my luck, I had to park at the very back end of the half-mile stretch. Now, it was kind of a tradition of mine to get out of the car, close the door, and meander near my car for a minute or two, while I audibly stretched a bit and sometimes complained about my day to the mist. It was just a little habit thing I did, and tonight was no different. Immediately after I tucked my purse under my arm, I turned on my phone flashlight and stuck it in front of my face to see where I was going. The fog was so thick I could barely even see in front of me. I had walked in this weather many times before, so I knew my way home. A straight shot walk for half a mile, and a sharp left turn at the end of the cemetery, then crossing the street and onto the gated complex. I was on my merry way, until I heard it. A loud, almost obnoxious cough, and footsteps behind me. My alert mode set in immediately, and I started walking faster, trying to be quieter about my movements. Call me paranoid, but I've had a fair number of let's not meet moments before, and I certainly was not keen about meeting this stranger walking behind me. Especially given the fact I couldn't see anything around me even with all the light. This continued for a few minutes, with an occasional cough behind me. Then I hear a whistle, the kind cat callers do. This really bewildered me, because 1, you can't see shit, and 2, since you can't see shit in this weather, I assume the person was purposely intimidating me. At this point, I gave up on walking and broke into a full sprint. I could hear the steps behind me break into a run as well. I could hear panting as well. Clearly, this dude was not in the best shape. I mean, neither am I exactly, but at least the run didn't wind me out nearly as bad as him. By now, I was running to the next cemetery. For some godforsaken reason, my panicked mind told me it would be a better idea to duck into the cemetery and hide, instead of just walk straight home. Had there been no fog that night, I would have had a clear view to my grandma's apartment from the area in the cemetery where I stood. I quickly hid, crouching behind the entrance post to the cemetery gates. I knew I had fucked up. His footsteps stopped too, and I could tell he knew I was hiding because of my lack of audible footsteps. I crouched there for what seemed like 10 minutes, too scared to turn on my phone, for fear that he was intently listening out for any sign of me. I had figured out he was standing 5 to 10 feet from where I was at the entrance driveway to the cemetery, just before the gates. This was confirmed when after a few minutes I heard him call out, "I know you're in there, sweetheart." I heard the distinct sound of a lighter being struck, and then smelled cigarette smoke. I figured the dude was now focused on his cigarette. I made a run for it across the cemetery, somehow not tripping over anything, all while intently listening behind me. The cemetery's main entrance has wrought iron fencing, but the back and right end is wooden, and serves as a separator between the cemetery and the backyards of various houses. The other side, which is in front of my grandmother's apartment, was chain link. There was no other entrance or exit to the cemetery, but I knew the chain link fence had a flaw and didn't go all the way to the ground. I laid on my stomach, pushed the fence out and up, and wriggled across underneath. I ran directly across the street to my grandma's house,
pounding on her door until she opened. I don't know how the dude found me. He must have been standing around nearby as I parked and heard me complain to myself loudly when I got out of the car. But either way, that was one of the most terrifying experiences I ever had. Walking alone at night with headphones on and without my cell phone as a female is probably considered a stupid thing to do, but I've been walking and running at night ever since I was 13 or 14 years old. I was naive at first, probably, and have become even more complacent since then because I'd never had any bad experiences doing this. I grew up in a small town and was not a morning person. I always enjoyed exercising at night. There's less cars on the road, it's a good way to wind down before bed, and it gives me a lot of space to think about my day. This evening, it was approximately 8:30, and I was out for a walk going up a hill towards a pretty uninhabited part of my route. I live in a newer subdivision that's being developed into a wooded area near a lake, and towards the rural part of town. It's a semi-residential, semi-rural area, if that makes any sense. A lot of houses set far back from the street, and lots of fields in this part of town as well. I noticed the street had been lit up for an unusually long amount of time from behind me. Usually, this particular road was pretty dark. I turned around, only to see a car creeping along at a snail's pace right behind me. Instantly, I got a weird feeling. But I thought maybe this person was just looking for a house address or something, so I kept on walking along my route. The driver and sole occupant of the vehicle, I could see an older guy, maybe in his 40s with glasses on, was now driving right beside me at a steady crawl, about 5 kilometers per hour. I started to panic, but I didn't want to show him that I was freaking out yet. I gave him a confused look, in the hopes I would realize he was just a normal dude lost in a neighborhood he didn't know. Instead, he met my stare with no emotion on his face. That was when I was clued into the fact that yes, bad things can and do happen, and likely that was what was going to happen right now. Immediately, I did a 180 and started walking in the other direction. I looked back to see he had pulled into a driveway. I was very relieved. I thought the man had reached his destination, and I was perhaps being paranoid all along. Then, though, the sickening feeling came back to my stomach when I saw him back out of the driveway and continue to follow directly alongside me. My adrenaline kicked in right then. My subconscious told me, murder, not tonight. I booked it at lightning speed to a side street that connected the street I was on to the street I lived on. I jumped onto the first lawn I saw and dove into a hedge. I removed my high-vis vest I wore for night runs and shoved it underneath my black hoodie. I watched him through the leaves as he drove up and down the street several times looking in my direction. I was hyperventilating now, debating on what I should do. I thought about knocking on this person's door whose bush I was hiding in, but the urge to just get the hell away was too strong. I waited until I hadn't seen him drive by for at least 15 minutes. Then I decided I had enough adrenaline to run all the way home. It was only about a 7-minute walk away, and I could make it in 3 if I ran. Instead of walking on the sidewalk, though, I ran through people's lawns just in case I saw him again. Perhaps I could sprint to a neighbor's door for help in an emergency. I had never run so fast in my life. I was hyperventilating when I got home. These weird, loud, short, gasping breaths from fear. I'm a runner, so the run itself wouldn't have affected me in that way. I was bright red and shaking, and I called my mom immediately. 4 hours later, I'm sharing this for myself to work out what happened. Perhaps it was some misunderstanding and he was harmless, but I'm on high alert right now, and I can't sleep at all. This story fucked me up for a while, and I'm still not completely okay, though it is easier to cope nowadays. It was the middle of summer, and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away,
so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for just a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order a pizza as well. Things were pretty much all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up till 3 in the morning, playing Xbox, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up and saw it was a little bit past 1. I had made some plans to play some street hockey with my friends at around 3, so I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take some really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone, scrolling through Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, when I heard my front door open. My bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since it was obvious I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained and trying to hear anything else. I couldn't hear anything though. I figured maybe it was just the wind, or maybe my parents had come home early because they'd forgotten something. I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check things out. So, the stairs to the kitchen where the back door is are pretty tight and walled in. I couldn't see the kitchen when I walked down because of this. Even though my house was old as shit and each step on the stairs made a super loud creak, I took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. It took me 45 seconds to walk down all 12 stairs. When I got to the second to last one, right before I could see around the corner into the kitchen, I took a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. Obviously, there was not going to be anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise. Besides, there was no reason for anyone to still be there, even if there had been burglars or something before. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I chuckled to myself for being so stupid, and normally walked the last 2 stairs down. I turned the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me, right in the center, was a man staring right at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face. He just stood there staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile though, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. Instead, he held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. It was like where one might normally hold their arms, but he had rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed, as well as lifting them a little behind himself. I don't know why I remember this so much. It just looked like a demonic possession or something, I guess. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right then and there. Looking back, I think I can realize how creepy this situation was. In the moment though, I was so startled I took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could right in the center of his jaw, sort of half slapping and pushing him towards the ground. The very second I connected, I sprinted up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob like you see in TV, and almost without thinking, I immediately called 911. Nearly in tears, I told the operator everything. As I sat on the floor of my room, practically in the fetal position, staring at my door, praying a cop would be there soon, I noticed that the light coming from the gap between my door and the floor had stopped. The fucker was standing right outside. There's no words to describe the feeling I had in that moment. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would just go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the 911 operator was asking, "Hello, sir? Sir, are you there? Hello?" I didn't want to make a single noise. Even if I wanted to move my arms and bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually, the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest of footsteps, slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. Finally, I felt safe. I opened the door to see the 2 of them standing there, and I almost cried.
Nowadays, my parents won't leave me home anymore, thank God, and I check every lock on the house before going to bed. I still get nightmares occasionally, and my heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still. For the most part, though, I'm doing alright. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups as well, the police never found whoever the fuck was in my house. That sends shivers down my spine every time I look outside. I half expect to just see him standing across the street smiling under a lamppost or something. I have no idea what he wanted that day, or who he was. At the time this happened, I was working on a train platform. I used to do train dispatch. One night, I was just about to finish my shift when I got into a chat with some male staff. We were teasing each other about the station being haunted, swapping ghost stories and drinking boatloads of coffee. I could see out in the distance a gentleman was standing on the platform, just kinda staring out at the line. I mentioned to my friend that this man was acting somewhat odd. Maybe one of them should approach and just check to make sure this guy was doing okay. After reaching a consensus, it was agreed that I should be the one to go. They would all be just slightly behind me. People tend to open up more to a woman after all. I approached and asked him very plainly, "Sir, are you alright?" The man gave me a very strange smile. "Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just missed my train. Need to think of an excuse for the wife is all." I nodded and came away, but something still didn't sit right with me. The way he had looked at me was very strange. Eventually, the time to swap arrived. Normally, I would head off in an expletive-filled blaze of glory, mainly directed at my male friends who would return the favor. It was sort of a rite of passage. If you didn't get told to piss off home, you were just unpopular. This time, though, I approached them. Hey guys, I know this might seem stupid, but would you mind walking me to the bus stop? That guy really creeped me out." A couple of the lads who knew I was not prone to fits of fancy agreed immediately and walked me over to the bus stop. All of a sudden, as we were about to arrive, one leant into me and whispered, "Hey, I think that guy is following you." I decided to let the first bus go, and my friends agreed. The man stayed behind as well, standing behind us a few feet, and giving me this really off smile. He kept raising his eyebrows and muttering to himself. One of my friends whispered he really didn't like this, and said he was going to take me straight to my door instead. I nodded, extremely grateful, as this guy was becoming incredibly creepy. My male friend wrapped an arm around me and did the heavy boyfriend routine. This normally kept unwanted attention away from the ladies. For some reason, though, this guy in particular really didn't seem to care. He just kept on staring. Eventually, even the other passengers noticed this with how blatant he was being, and mutters started about keeping that weird bastard away from me. My bus arrived, and I moved to board. This guy did the same. At that moment, my friend announced, "Tell you what, come to mine instead, babe. I live alone, no parents to interrupt." I nodded, agreeing. I took a few steps towards him away from the bus, and the odd man stepped off of it as well. He was definitely following me. I looked over to my friend. By now, I was completely terrified. He wrapped his arm tight around me and walked me away from the bus and towards the nearest pub. My friend was obviously deep in thought, and I wondered just what he was thinking about. As we turned the corner, suddenly my friend pulled me out into the middle of the road with him, shouting for a taxi. A cab pulled me up and he bundled me into it right away. He instructed the driver to take me wherever I wanted, lock the doors and windows, and under no circumstances open them until I arrived safely. He even gave £20 and said to keep the change. The cabbie nodded and locked the doors. He took the money and drove me home. Whilst we drove, I explained to the cabbie what had happened. He became very serious suddenly and told me multiple women had been attacked in that very same area in the past 3 weeks. Needless to say, he got me home safe in the end and made sure I made it to the door as well. My brother met me on the doorstep. I can never thank my friend enough for what he did that night. My brother picked me up on his motorbike every night after. Once I went on a trip to Italy where there were many alarming "I think we should leave" moments. Around the year 2000, I had this friend. Let's call him Matt. I knew Matt from a club we were both members of at the time. We used to hang out every now and then, maybe grab some drinks at the bar, that sort of thing. He was self-employed and made a fairly good living for himself. He liked to travel and take many vacations abroad. Well, he called me up one day and said he had gotten wind of a very special deal. 2 round-trip airline tickets to Rome, Italy. First class, each for 75% off. Fly out on a Thursday, fly back on a Monday. Apparently, he had some sort of in with a travel agency and was thus able to score some special deals like this at very deep discounts. As I had always wanted to go to Italy, I jumped at this rare opportunity. Now, this was my very first trip with Matt, and as it would turn out, my only trip with him. I was really looking forward to it. They say you don't really know someone until you've either lived with them or traveled with them. In the handful of years I had known Matt up to this point, I had only ever spent a few hours with him at any given time. There were never any real problems or difficulties during those outings. Now, though, I was about to get the full Matt experience. He picked me up and we drove to the airport off-site parking, then took the shuttle to the terminal. This was pre-9/11, so things weren't quite as tight as they are today. While we checked in, Matt kept on making personal demands of the staff there. Honestly, he was being a bit of a douchebag. At first, I just chalked it up to nerves, though it ended up being a very clear preview of things to come. We boarded the plane and took our seats. Matt immediately started making demands of the flight attendant, wanting something to eat, wanting liquor, an extra blanket. She told him he'd have to wait, as there were other duties she had to attend to first. She was standing in the aisle with her back to us when he leaned over to me and whispered, "Whoa, dude, she's cute. Nice ass, too. Watch this." He then took out a digital camera and started taking pictures of her backside. She turned around and didn't realize what he was doing, as her gaze was higher and looking past us. He took a picture of her groin and angled the camera up to take photos of her chest and face as well. Still, she didn't notice. She turned around and walked away, and he started laughing hysterically. I sat there in disbelief at what I'd just seen. "Dude, what the fuck, seriously?" He looked at me extremely confused. Then he started getting pissed off because he hadn't gotten the liquor he wanted. When the plane took off, they came around with the cart drink and service. There was a basket of those little liquor bottles in it. The FA walked away from the cart for just a moment, and the next thing I knew, Matt grabbed a couple of air sickness bags and crammed as many into them as he could. He was fumbling with them, dropping them out on the floor. When the FA came back, she saw him sitting there in his seat, clutching 2 whole barf bags full of booze to his chest and laughing sheepishly. She told him he couldn't have that many. At first he refused, then she demanded, and he gave them up reluctantly. I tell you this story to give you an idea of how he was. He pulled so many stunts like this, I was sure we were going to be greeted by security when the plane landed or get killed once we were there or something. The best part of that flight was when he finally drifted off to sleep. We landed in Rome, found our hotel, and of course Matt complained and didn't like it. So we spent the last part of the day going around to 5 different ones until he found one that suited his tastes. Since this was his trip though, and he'd done all the planning and gotten the tickets, I was essentially at his whims. We finally found a hotel he liked and started seeing the sights. Despite his obnoxiousness, I was now starting to enjoy myself. By late Sunday afternoon though, I was ready to kill him. Sunday morning, we decided to hop on the fast train going south and visit Naples for the day. Took about an hour and 20 minutes. The countryside was beautiful, even though it was whizzing by at 200 miles per hour. We had lunch in a cafe and took in some of the sights. We were supposed to see the ruins of Pompeii that day, but somehow we ended up off the beaten path and in an area that was rather seedy and run down. As I was trying to figure out how to get back to where we were before, Matt stopped in front of what looked like an ordinary doorway. He looked at a small sign taped to it and said, "Hey, we need to check this out. I've been to a couple of these before and it's pretty damn cool." I told him we shouldn't be anywhere near this area, but he insisted on going inside. We walked down this short hallway, which emptied out into a large room. It seemed to be some type of casino or something, with lots of TVs all over the walls. There were quite a few people in there, and they were all betting on televised horse races being broadcast. Well, Matt decided he wanted to place a few bets. I told him we really should not be in a place like this as tourists who didn't know what we were doing, but here he insisted. To me, it looked very shady. I wasn't even convinced this place was legal. It was not marked from the outside, suggesting that whoever ran it didn't want too much attention. We weren't in there for very long when I noticed a group of men standing along one wall. They were very closely observing us. Of course, it must have been pretty clear to everyone that we were tourists. After a couple of minutes, one of those guys came over and started talking us up in broken English. His name was Antonio. He convinced Matt he should place bets for him because he claimed to know which horses were the best ones. He would take the money from Matt, place a bet with the teller, taking the betting card, wait for the result, turn it in, collect any winnings, and then pass the cash back to Matt. Out of the 5 bets placed, his picks won 4 times. The guys by the wall were really taking an interest in us now. By the 5th bet, my somewhat uneasy feeling was now very distinct. I told Matt it was time to leave right now. Matt complained though and said, "I'm pretty sure this Antonio guy is ripping me off. I think he's swiping a portion of my winnings. I ain't gonna stand for this." I told him he was probably right, but there was nothing we could do about it. It was time to go now. We were really beginning to put ourselves in some danger by remaining here. I discreetly took his shirt by the sleeve and proceeded to prod him toward the door. All right, but I need one thing first. Before I knew what he was doing, he walked over to the teller booth, whipped out his digital camera, and took a picture of the very cute young woman working behind the counter. She saw him do it very blatantly, and she looked pissed. I stared at him in disbelief. I could barely contain my anger now. It seemed that everyone in the room had sprung up and was now giving us the stink eye. "Matt, what the fuck are you doing?" I whispered to him. "She's cute, isn't she? Too bad we're not staying here in Naples." "Dude, you don't fuck around in a place like this. You're gonna get us both killed." Before he could reply, that woman behind the counter was shouting something in Italian and waving her arms in the air. What looked like a couple of cops appeared out of nowhere, along with a security guard. Well, fuck. The woman was talking to one of those cops, pointing at us and yelling. The other 2 flanked Matt and myself on both sides. Not good. Antonio walked over to the teller booth and started talking to them. Then he came over to us and started talking to the other cop. There was some banter back and forth that we couldn't understand at all, but I didn't like the tone that was happening. Antonio tried to translate it to us. He said Matt had committed a very serious crime by taking a picture inside the establishment, especially taking a photo of that woman without her permission, as her job was sensitive. The cops wanted to arrest him and take him to the police station for questioning. Since I was with him, I was obviously an accomplice to the crime and guilty as well. I envisioned myself sitting in an Italian jail, wondering just how the hell I was going to get out of there, being charged with murder because I was seriously going to kill Matt now. He told us that Matt would have to erase the photo from his phone and hand it over to prove he had done so. Matt erased the picture and showed her the camera. Antonio then told us if Matt made a small donation, the cops could possibly be persuaded to let us go, provided we never came back. As it turned out, Matt was forced to fork over double the sum of his winnings. I thought they were going to ask me for a donation as well. Then, though, I noticed the 4 guys by the wall, who had been watching us the entire time, had slipped away through a side door near the back of the room. The cops then started to escort us out, but not out the front door. They made us leave through the side door, which led into this dark, sketchy alley. They shoved us outside and shut the door up tight. Matt was leaning against the side of the building, pissing and moaning about losing all this money. but I told him to shut the fuck up. I had a gut feeling we were still in danger. I told him we needed to leave right now. He started walking away, still grumbling. Not nearly quick enough, though. I grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him along as I forced him to run out of there. As we got back onto the sidewalk of the main street, we swiftly moved a short distance up the block. I looked back, only to see a small group of men appearing onto the sidewalk out of nowhere, obviously searching around for us. When they spotted us, they started moving up the street towards our position. I knew they were coming after us. I wasn't sure if it was the same group from the casino, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. "Matt, you fucking fat ass, you have to run or we're both dead!" I grabbed him by the shirt and started pulling him forward again. He was huffing and puffing, and I was full of adrenaline. We rounded a corner. There were a few taxis sitting there. I picked one, opened the door, pushed Matt inside, and jumped in myself. I screamed at the driver to take us to the train station now. The cab driver took off. Several seconds later, I looked back, only to see that group of men following us had stopped on the corner and were looking around frantically. It could have been a scene from a low-budget action movie. The entire train ride back, I was absolutely fuming with anger and disgust. I have no doubt the whole thing was a setup from the very start. Antonio, those fake cops, the guys at the wall, they were all in this together, and they all probably got a cut of that donation money. If they had caught us and robbed us on the street, everyone would have gotten a cut as well, perhaps of a different kind. I wouldn't be surprised if schemes like that were quite common. When we got back to Rome, it was late afternoon. All I wanted was to rest in the hotel. Matt went off and did his own thing for a while, which was good because I couldn't stand even looking at him anymore. We were due to fly out the next day. My plan was to relax in the hotel, get dinner somewhere, and then get a good night's sleep. I was frazzled and just wanted to get on the plane and fly back home. Of course, that didn't happen though. Matt caused many more incidents in my time with him, and I decided never to go on another trip with him ever again. When I was a young teen, the local kids and I used to play in the local creek near our houses. Okay, so it was more like a storm drain system, but was all overgrown, and had lots of puddles and areas we could build dams and go tadpoling and stuff. It was a lot of fun, actually. One of our games was to throw mud or rocks at each other just for fun. Bruises, blood, and dirt were a common thing, but that's what being a kid was back then. Well, one day we came across this field that had the plants with green-type fruit in them, hundreds of them. Looking back, I think they were chokes. Many were way overripe and really squishy. We decided to start throwing them around. When one of my mates threw one at a truck off in the woods, we heard a loud splat as it squirted all over the side. With glee and delight, we kept on going. All of us. It was wrong, I know, but boys will be boys, I guess. After pelting this truck, about a half hour later, I suddenly felt this intense burning sensation in my chest and an overwhelming feeling we needed to leave right now. I could tell something was wrong, but I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I told all my friends we needed to leave. They all said no, though. They were having way too much fun to go. I asked them again and again, but they just didn't want to stop having fun. I told them I would be leaving by myself then. They whined a whole bunch, but eventually they did decide to follow me. We climbed down this side of the creek, jumped across the rocks, and were just starting to climb the far side. Out of nowhere, this group of men came bolting out of the area we had just been playing in. They heavily outnumbered us, and they were much older as well. They began to chase us through the forest, and chased us for about an hour. In the end, we did manage to get away. The only thing I think allowed us to do so is the fact that we were on the other side of the creek when they started chasing us. If it wasn't for me having that sense of something being wrong, I would guess at the very least we would have all been bashed to bits for assaulting that truck. Okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have been throwing the chokes at it, but still, do you think it's reasonable to chase a bunch of kids through the woods for an hour and try to kill them just because of that? July 8th, 2007. This date marks what was probably the most terrifying moment of my entire life. Narrowly missing terrorism in India, running from a mugger on a desolate street in New York, getting way too close to a wild crocodile in Australia, and encountering armed gang members in Camden, New Jersey. Had nothing on what I faced this eerie summer afternoon. I've now visited every national park, forest, memorial, and monument in the United States, but back in 2007, I had not yet seen Washington's North Cascades National Park. A friend and I were road tripping in the Pacific Northwest when we made our way to the North Cascades. It's a place of devastating beauty, and also one of the very few parks that has no roads at all. You have to hike in. This is very rural territory, one of the least visited national parks on the mainland of the 48 contiguous states, second only to the least visited one of Isle Royale in Michigan. Needless to say, there was nobody else there. Mistake number 1. The entrance along the main hiking trail is many miles from the visitor center, but the sun would set in just 2 hours. We didn't have time for an extensive hike into the woods. I mean, there had to be some sort of shortcut, right? Our computer software, DeLorme, marks every road in America, even old, abandoned, unpaved ones. So we decided to put this to the test. Scouring DeLorme on our laptop, we tried to find the quickest way across the park boundary before sunset. After a bit of searching, we found a very inconspicuous gravel road just off the main highway. Our GPS indicated this was an unpaved forest path that would lead to a side road that would take us within half a mile of the park. We would be able to walk from there. Mistake number 2. It turned out this gravel road was so obscure. It was only marked on a scant few maps. The side road we were looking for to get closer to the park was even more obscure. It's not marked anywhere that I can find now. It was on our screen that day though, and it was our only option. At least, the GPS indicated there was some kind of road there, perhaps unmaintained for decades. When we drove right up to this alleged location though, we saw nothing was there. Where was this side road? Was the map wrong or something? Looking at the ground, we noticed an old gravel road, completely grown over with grass, and bushes taller than our car. Yep, that's a road all right, or at least what used to be one. We knew though this was the quickest way there, even though we had no business driving our rented sedan down this path. Where even a Jeep would have struggled, we slowly pushed forward through the brush, dodging trees, folding down the foliage in front of us, while it scraped against the undercarriage of the car. Mistake number 3. After 15 minutes of this ill-advised trek down this overgrown path, we arrived at a complete dead end. It was an old campground shrouded in trees, with molding picnic tables covered in moss and long abandoned. The forest around us was so dense that it was completely dark, despite an hour of remaining daylight. To avoid getting lost, we carried our laptop with us to track our movements as we trudged through the forest toward the park boundary. Now, there was no trail. There were no discernible landmarks to find our way back if our GPS somehow failed. If anything went wrong, we were a long way from civilization, and a long hike from our car as well. But, I mean, it's only a half-mile walk, right? What's the worst that could possibly happen? The scenery was extremely gorgeous, but needless to say the scenario was very eerie. The woods had become so thick now our GPS lost the satellite connection altogether. This GPS had worked all over the world, even when I'd hiked through remote areas of Antarctica. It had never failed me before. But here we were in the thickest forest I had ever seen. Sunset, way out of our comfort zone, far from society with no GPS signal. Idiotically, we pushed on. I mean, we were so close to the boundary. If we could just make it there, everything would be fine. So, the finale. The white water rapids in a nearby creek overwhelmed any sounds of the forest. We had to shout just to communicate to each other. We had no equipment to clear the brush, and were wearing tennis shoes instead of proper hiking boots. We had not planned for this much at all. We had walked far enough, though, to believe we had entered the boundary of the national park. At that moment, as we came to a stop, the GPS briefly came back to life. We had crossed inside. We'd made it. A success. The celebration abruptly ceased, though. An earth-shattering growl from a few feet in front of us shook the forest and completely drowned out the sound of that rushing river. It was the most powerful animal sound I'd ever heard, even beyond looking down the blowhole of an enormous whale in Antarctica as it loudly bellowed. Why was that? It was very close. We were frozen, peering in the darkness, desperately trying to make out the animal before us. My friend uttered the words, "It's over." We imagined that at least one of us was going to die, maybe even both of us. This could not possibly end well. You see, just there in front of us, that we hadn't noticed before, we could make out the image of an enormous mountain lion, crouched in the darkness. We were so far from our vehicle, so deep in its territory, so incredibly out of our element, there was no way we were going to survive. This massive beast knew this forest like the back of its paw, a place we certainly didn't belong. I'd never felt so out of place. When I encountered those gang members in Camden, New Jersey, I could at least attempt to negotiate with them, maybe beg them for my life or something. But there's no negotiating with a 200-pound hungry killing machine. We started to back away slowly. Running is something you're never supposed to do with a large wild cat. Soon, though, panic overcame our logic, and we both started sprinting through that forest. We were not thinking about protocol in that moment. For whatever reason, though, it didn't pursue us. Perhaps it was luckily already occupied by a dead animal, and the growl had merely been a warning. Perhaps it was God's protection. Maybe both, but we ran for our lives. I distinctly remember carefully avoiding poison ivy on the walk into the woods, but bolting right through that same stretch with disregard on the way back. We ran so far, in fact, that at one point the GPS roared back to life and exclaimed to turn right on Route 20. We retraced our steps using the laptop, running, jogging, then finally getting exhausted and walking. We eventually made it back to our car alive. And that's why I've taken road trips to every piece of American soil, so I can have stories to tell like these forever. I was chilling at a friend couple's house one day. I call them that because both she and he are my friends equally, and they were both getting quite rowdy with their drunkenness. They had begun to argue over the music. He wanted the volume pumped way up, and she wanted it turned down so she could hear the TV. They kept on arguing. When she snatched the phone and messed up the speaker to the point he had to go fix it, he convinced her to give him the phone back, and he plugged it back in and cranked it way up. Now, let me take this moment to go back and explain some things. This couple is fucking nuts. And I don't mean just crazy in a relationship or real wild mood swings or something. No, I mean they are both crazy as shit as individuals. Certifiably so, actually. Most of the time, they're just really cool people who argue a lot and sometimes try to kill each other. When it's not the latter, though, it's actually sometimes pretty funny. So, on this particular day, I'd been over there pretty much all day. They'd been drinking heavily as they usually did, and been arguing all day as they usually did as well. I was sitting in between them in their small camper, just kinda watching them go back and forth, keeping my eye on the clock because it was nearing 4 p.m. This meant if anything crazy was going to happen, it was getting within an hour of that time. Somehow, over the time period of knowing these two, I'd figured out that all of their episodes usually took place after 5 p.m., the worst ones at least. Because of this, I made it a point to not ever stay past 4. They continued to fight, but this time it was really escalating. He started getting really pissed and told her if she ever touched his music again, he was going to shoot her with his gun. She sat there quietly for a moment, and I began to gather my things 30 minutes before the usual time. Lighter? Check. Cigarettes? Check. Umbrella? That's when she got up from the chair and walked right over to his face. You know what? I'm sick of you. I'm going to kill you. I killed my ex-husband, and I'll kill you too. Now, allow me to interject once more. This was a known fact that she did indeed kill her ex-husband. She even went to prison and served her time. This was not something that was hidden. In fact, they were both even friends back when the murder first took place. She had even let him know a few hours before the murder that if she went home and her husband hit her again, she was in fact going to kill him. Well, after she said that, I decided that suddenly I really didn't care that much about grabbing my umbrella anymore. I'd watched them down at least 50 beers that day, and it was starting to get unusually heated in there. It wasn't worth that dollar store general umbrella. Perhaps I'd ask them to send it over the next time I came over. I went ahead and started leaving, telling them I'd catch them some other time. They were insisting that I stay behind, saying we could have a barbecue or something. I really declined though. I made an excuse that I had to go home anyway because I had left some meat out to thaw. On my way out, I passed by a mutual friend who was just coming through the doorway, and I whispered into their ear, "Hey, it's getting pretty crazy in there. You might want to get the hell up out of here." I said it as quietly as possible so neither of them could hear me. Well, when I got up the next morning and got on social media, the very first thing I saw on the broadcast page was she'd been arrested once again for attempted murder. Not even an hour after I'd left, in the presence of our mutual friend and another friend of theirs, she'd grabbed the gun and gone crazy and shot her boyfriend twice with it as well. In the end, they dropped the charges on her due to lack of evidence, and somehow the two of them got back together again. They're even still together to this day. I really don't know how they do it. At the time, I was about 10 years old, so really young. My friends and I were shopping, and our parents had suggested we get some matching cool shoes. There was this really neat modern-style shoe shop nearby as well. We were wandering around the store looking for a cool pair while our parents talked to one another at the entrance. While Alex, Susan, and I were looking at rainbow tennis shoes, a man who we at first assumed was the owner of the shop asked if we needed any help. We simply said no thank you. Even after saying this though, he didn't really bug off. Instead, he followed us around trying to talk to us, asking us our addresses and where we lived. He also asked us how old we were and if we had anyone watching us right now. It seemed a bit odd, but we didn't really think it was that bad. So we answered. Not the personal stuff like the address or anything like that though. We ignored those creepy questions. He soon tried to convince us to go with him into the basement of the shop. "Oh, you like that pair, huh? There are some similar ones that are way cooler down here." We smiled at the man, feeling a bit more reassured now. "Oh, yeah, thanks. Could you grab them for us?" Immediately he frowned. "Well, I need you to come with so I can measure your shoe size, and get the perfect shoe for each and every one of you." We were unsure at this point. We followed him out to the back and looked down into this deep staircase leading into the basement. It was pitch dark and extremely creepy. It smelled heavily of cigarettes and something else we couldn't quite pin down, and we could hear the faint sounds of people talking down below. We were young and stupid though, and youngsters, I suppose, always see the best in everything. I was the very first to take a step down. I remember I had only taken 2 steps when my parents burst through the door extremely freaked out. They thought we had gone missing. The real owner of the shop had been looking for us as well. When they saw the situation, they seemed very confused. They grabbed all 3 of us by the arm and ran out immediately, and we walked as far away as we could. At the time, I was extremely confused, and I asked my mom what was going on. She told me that man had probably wanted to do something bad to you. I thought he wanted to murder me at the time. Now I look back on that day though, and I'm so grateful that my parents came to save me. Who knows where I would be today, or what I would be like. That was definitely one of the scariest moments of my life. This actually happened to 5 of my coworkers when I was in the US Air Force while stationed at Hahn AB, Germany. Since it's a cautionary tale and it happened 40 years ago this weekend, I believe it's worth retelling. The people's names have been changed, of course. These guys did what airmen stationed at Hahn often did on weekends. Drove down to the Mosel River to go drinking. It was one of the first warm weekends of spring, and everyone wanted to get out and have some fun. Well, after much alcohol consumption, they decided to move on to a different location. Everyone was extremely wasted though. The most wasted one, Joe, was driving. Dan, Matt, Mike, and Noel were his passengers. As they headed to their next stop, Noel became increasingly alarmed at Joe's ability to drive the car. They were going way too fast, and Joe was having a hard time keeping the vehicle on the road. They had finally had enough. "Stop this car and let me out right now." "Noel, we aren't even close to the base. You really want to get out here in the middle of nowhere?" "Yes, let me out." They dropped Noel off and continued on without him. Within a few minutes, Joe lost control of the car completely. He drove off the road, flipped through the air, and slammed into a tree. They were traveling at an extremely high rate of speed, and the car was completely destroyed. Dan and Matt were both killed immediately. Mike had some internal injuries, but he walked away from the crash in the end. Joe was more seriously injured, but he did survive. Noel was the smart one. He knew when it was time to leave. We both happened to get assigned to the same base for our next duty location, and we always talked about how fortunate he was to get out of that car when he did. He very well would have lost his life that weekend if he didn't get the sudden sense that he needed to leave. When I was a teen, my 2 friends who were sisters would always run away from home. They usually came over to my house on weekends. Then they returned home a couple of days later. One night I drank for the first time, and the next day I felt extremely hungover. I had a real bad headache. I was actually excited to know that this was what the first hangover feels like, so I just relaxed at home. One of my friends, though, called me up on the house phone, asking me to come kick it with them. She had found a new hangout spot she'd run away to, and it was close by to my apartments. She wanted me to come check it out with her. At first, I was really hesitant because I really didn't feel well, but she begged and begged, so eventually I did give in. It was kind of close by to where I lived, but still somewhat far away. I got ready real quick and started walking, feeling a bit shitty. Anyway, I go to my friend's runaway home. She answered the door and showed me around this random house. I was surprised she'd found an actual place to stay. "I mean, you have your own room here?" She said yeah, and that she just gave the owner of the house stuff like food and he let her stay there. I nodded my head, thinking that made sense. Next, she told me we were going to hang out in this particular room, and I was surprised. "We? What do you mean?" She said her boyfriend was there as well. She wanted me to meet him. She loved him so much, and he was so cute and all that stuff. So I go into this room, right, and I meet her boyfriend. He's years older than us, maybe like 3 or 4 years. Also in the room, there's a much older man. Shaved head, muscle shirt. He looks sunburnt and reddening on his skin. He had faded prison-looking tattoos that made him look much older, and he looked like he'd been through some serious shit. He was turned around ironing some clothes or something. Immediately, I was very hesitant. I walked in warily and shook my friend's boyfriend's hand. Then she told me to sit down. They started small talk as I sat down on the bed next to them. I felt really weird though about this whole situation. Immediately, they started asking me all kinds of questions. Where do you live? What do you do? Do you have a lot of friends? Does anybody check on you? I made it sound as vague as possible, hoping my friend would not give them any real information. It turned out she was a fucking idiot though. All of a sudden, I felt like she had set me up. Perhaps like the old man had told her to call her friend over or something. I honestly thought when I was heading over here that it was just going to be me and her, that she really wanted to see me because I was her friend. So of course, I felt really caught off guard. I sat down on the bed thinking of a way to get out of there. I came up with a thought to mention that I had a real bad headache from going out the night before. They asked why, and I said I drank more than usual and felt really hungover. The older man became very excited. Oh man, have a beer then. It's a cure for hangovers, you know. You gotta drink, that's the only way. He handed me this open beer he had set to the side. Little known fact, I fucking hate beer. I won't drink it ever. But that's another story. I pretended to drink. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. I could feel the beer pressing against my lips, but I didn't take a single sip. The man immediately came over once he thought I'd finished. Here, I'll grab you another one. He handed me an even bigger can. That'll sure cure your hangover. At this point, my idiot friend grabbed a meth pipe and started lighting it right in front of me. All I could see were huge, thick clouds. I was thinking, what the fuck? She passed it over to her boyfriend, who smoked out of it and then tried to pass it on to me. No thanks, I'm good. The beer is really good though, thanks so much. He passed it over to the old man. I was really starting to get concerned now. He hit the bowl and exhaled. I was sitting there thinking, what the fuck had I just gotten myself into? I better not be getting high off this shit just by being here. My friend laughed, telling them she didn't smoke meth. Then, while everyone was talking, the old man apparently thought we were hitting it off well. He grabbed me close and decided to lay his head on my lap. I was wearing shorts, so I could feel his disgusting, bald, wrinkly head touching my skin. I wanted to throw it like a hot potato. There we all are on this bed, and I'm feeling worse and worse about this situation. I was saying to myself in my head, I need to get the fuck out of here now. I pretended to drink the rest of the beer and said I had to throw the can out. I started to walk out, saying to my friend I really wasn't feeling well. I was going to head out now. I could immediately see the disappointment in the two men's faces. Her boyfriend looked over at the man, and he stood up from the bed and went to move like he was going to block me from leaving. They kept insisting I stay and have another beer. My friend was even begging me to stay as well. I had already started to leave though. I knew the front door was only a few feet away, and I was going to get there. As the man came closer to me, I began to sprint. As soon as I shut that door behind me, I took off running even faster. I hit those corners and slid. I knew I had to get away from there. I didn't stop running until I got to the front of my apartments. That's when I felt my head pounding. I felt so gross coming out of that room. I went straight home and slept the day away. More days passed by, and I hadn't really been back over there. I would make excuses whenever my friend invited me back. I just couldn't shake the uneasy, gross feeling, and I didn't want to be around drugs or those dudes at all. One day, I finally met with my friend's sister. We were hanging out and had one of those long, late-night conversations when she told me her sister was still at that house now getting high. I was surprised. I thought she would have gotten fed up with running away and went back home like usual by now. She told me she had been over there to visit her sister and spent the night, and then she asked me to keep a secret. She told me during the night she slept over, an old man had come into the room and forced himself on her. I asked her if she knew who it was, and she said yes. It was that older guy with the bald head. I'm really glad I didn't decide to stay any longer. When I lived in New Orleans, a friend and I were invited by another friend to have lunch and hang out at yet another friend's house. It was a pool party, or so we understood, over in the lower magazine district. It seemed like a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon, and an even better way to meet some new people. We were there in about 10 minutes. I was seated in the living room when I idly picked up the lid of this beautiful ornate bowl, about the size of a large salad bowl, I guess. It was really pretty, so I wanted to take a closer look at the gorgeous glaze. Holding the lid, though, I looked inside and saw the bowl was heaped full of white amethyst crystals of varying sizes, from aquarium gravel to as thick as my index finger. It took me all of about 10 seconds to realize what I was looking at was a pile of crystal meth in a startling quantity, as in a bang my ass in prison immediately quantity. As I was still holding this lid in front of me, staring transfixed by the realization of just how much meth I was looking at, another of the apparent hosts of the pool party walked in. He was a strikingly handsome man, and an athletic guy as well, maybe in his mid-20s or so. He was in swim trunks but had not yet been in the pool, as they were completely dry. He stopped in place and looked at me quizzically, his face somewhere between stony and surprised to see me there. His eyes had that certain flat lack of view into his inner state, a hardness that I instinctively associate with ruthlessness and a willingness to hurt others. I noticed that he was carrying a sawed-off shotgun and also a rag as well. I assume he was meaning to clean it, as the barrel was at an angle, not closed and ready for use. What my brain flagged for my sole attention in the moment, though, was that he had a sawed-off shotgun. He looked over and saw me holding the lid of the bowl. I could see him glance back to his gun, then glance back at me. I immediately became terrified. Excuse me," I said amid an arid silence. I set the lid gently back down on the bowl. I thought it was potpourri." He paused for a moment, silence growing electric in my mind. He smiled an extremely taut, thinly veiled smile and looked me up and down. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was really only a few moments. "No worries." His English had an accent. He strolled past me towards the back of the house. "Dude, I think we should leave right now." I hushed to my friend seated across from me. He was already there. We didn't stop to say goodbye. I just wanted to not be there for even another minute. That shotgun guy had prompted an animal fear in me that had thoroughly flushed my guts with hot, tremble-inducing adrenaline. We later learned a couple weeks later that someone had torched the car belonging to the hosts. It was reduced to a blackened shell, and there was collateral damage to nearby cars as well. Apparently, that shotgun guy I had seen was part of the Russian mafia. My sense was that I had come uncomfortably close to far more of the underworld than I would ever know how to find my way into. I was probably immediately recognized as either being a clueless interloper, or worse, possibly taken for an undercover officer with zero skills of being undercover. Needless to say, I laid low for a while after. The potpourri mafia is not for me. I was about 11 when my friend Louie and I decided to attempt an adventurous hike in the woods near his house. It was winter at this time and had been cold for quite a while. Louie and I shared this love for adventure, and today promised to add a brand new chapter to our already impressive book of feats. A couple of times we had made some small rafts from driftwood and rope, and tried to cross by a shallow creek. On other occasions, we climbed in high trees or hiked through meadows full of dangerous cows. The adventure was everywhere. Today was a different day, though. We would cross a lake on the icy sheet by which it was covered. The view was absolutely amazing, and the first 10 minutes or so walking out onto that lake went ever so smooth. But then it happened. We heard a sudden deep rumbling coming from underneath. The ice was cracking, and this was the real thing. At an enormous pace, cracks began appearing everywhere around us. In a matter of moments, a large crack appeared right between our legs from behind us, racing to the edge of the water in no time, as if a lightning bolt had just been drawn in the ice. This was obviously bad. Two things crossed my mind in this moment. One of my cousins had almost died after he'd fallen through the ice before only a couple of years back. And two, Louis didn't know how to swim. I was absolutely sure he would panic if he ended up in the icy water. I had once seen him having a panic attack just in the deeper part of a pool and had to drag him out in the end. He was already in a panic now. I stood there for a moment frozen, trying to figure out what to do. I shouted that we both had to lie down on our bellies carefully and make no sudden moves. We spread our arms and legs out like Leonardo's Vitruvian Man. He was crying but followed my suggestion nonetheless. We both laid down on that cracked ice. What happened next was not the prettiest or most graceful of sights. Instead of elegantly gliding on the ice as professional ice figure skaters, we crawled slowly like a snake with an acute indigestion problem. It took us an hour to reach the other side, and when we finally laid down on the white grass by the lake, Louis was crying. At this point, I looked back at the deep cracks in the lake and the ice that looked like it was just about to shatter. Then I looked back up at the skies. I was already thinking about what we were going to do in our next chapter of our book of feats, but we decided to take a break for a while after. In my early 20s, I was driving home to New Hampshire from my Christmas holiday with my family in upstate New York. I had a VW Beetle filled to the gills with my gifts, and my young Keyshound mix in the back seat. He'd often lick people to death, but that was about all he could do. As I topped a hill in Enfield, New Hampshire, a few feet down there happened to be a speed trap, and needless to say, I got snagged. Couldn't have been doing much over the 30 miles per hour, since a loaded Beetle had trouble even making it over the hill. I was enough above though as I crested that the officer pulled me over. I took the ticket and re-entered the empty road to resume my journey, when I could suddenly feel my car start acting funny. I pulled over less than a mile down the road, only to find it now had a flat tire. Well, where was that damn officer when you needed him now? Not a soul in sight. It was very late at this point, and even if it was early, it would get dark around 3:30 p.m. in the winter around here, so it might as well have been midnight. I contemplated how I was going to unload my car on the side of an extremely snowy road, with banks piled high and little shoulder. For those of you who know your Beetles, the tools are stored under the back seat. Refresh your memory above if you need to. I had quite a job ahead of me. The next thing I knew, though, I saw a car coming down the road. The guy pulled off to offer me assistance. He seemed a bit tipsy, and when I told him of my dilemma, rather than jumping in to offer his aid, he said he would go get someone else to help me out. I was thinking to myself, tow service, you know? He was not, though. In the meantime, another car passed by and pulled off in front of me. This was the 70s, and I had been taught that men with long hair could be extremely iffy. Luckily, this guy was a nice guy, though. He came over and immediately assessed the situation and began emptying my car. His wife was still in theirs. I told him how extremely grateful I was he'd come along. Right about then, though, the first guy pulled in with another drunk in tow. My long-haired helper advised me to stick behind him like glue, and told me he would not let anything happen to me. The first guy began to try to pull me into his car to warm me up. He tried to pin me up against it and forcibly kiss me. I held my own, though, and with my backup there to help me, I let this idiot know in no uncertain terms I was not going anywhere with he or his buddy. They stared the other man down and seemed like they were getting ready to fight. Eventually, though, they decided to give up and left. I was still really shaken, though. I knew that if this nice, long-haired gentleman had not showed up, I would have been raped or possibly even worse that evening. When the man was done and the car was reloaded, he said he would follow me to make sure those drunks didn't follow me as well, until he had to make his turn off toward Plymouth. The rest of my ride was fairly uneventful. I guess they saw his car following me and decided not to pursue. To this day, I still get chills whenever I think back to that event. I had a newfound appreciation for men with long hair, and I was much less judgmental about looks after that. I made the trip up to Plymouth to thank him again a few days later. I don't really remember his name anymore, but I do know that he owned, I believe, a bike shop down there. If you see this recounting, dear guardian angel, know that I've never forgotten what you did for me that day many years ago. At the time, I was 16 and female, and I was attending my first college quarter. Everything was going pretty smoothly, and I was making lots of friends actually. That is, until about halfway through the semester. One of my classmates, 26 and male, came up to me and asked to exchange numbers and potentially go out on a date. I tried to make myself very clear that I did not want to go out with him, simply because he was a lot older than me and I was not really interested. I let him down very gently, but he insisted that he give me his number at the very least. I continued to tell him no, when he suddenly grabbed my phone out of my hand and made himself a contact. This startled me, but it only got worse from there. The next day in class, we had our regular 10-minute break, and I was chatting with my friends. He came up to me mid-conversation asking me to go walk with him. I firmly told him, no, I'm in the middle of talking to people. He basically gave me the finger and acted like I was the worst person in the entire world. He stormed down the hallway, kicking open the doors. I went back into the classroom to at least be by my professor if anything more happened that day. My friend texted me immediately, asking what I'd said to this guy. He was apparently outside kicking around trash cans and screaming at everyone who walked by him. At this point, I was scared to even leave the classroom. I didn't know what this crazy guy was going to do. I had a previous stalker at the beginning of the semester and had been in contact with the school about that. I expressed how my classmate was making me uncomfortable at my weekly counseling sessions. The school was now aware. Because of this, he ended up leaving me alone for about a week or two. Then one day, though, there was a note on my desk asking if I loved him, if I wanted to marry him, if I wanted to have kids with him. He was not in the classroom when I saw it, so I slipped it into my backpack and ignored him for the rest of the lecture. I handed the note to my counselor as well, so she could see he was a real issue. I believe she contacted my professor to make sure I was safe in class. After the note, we only had about a week left, so jumping now to the very last day. It was an independent study day, and we were all on our own. He came into class and somehow managed to get himself kicked out, so he ended up leaving. I felt extremely relieved, because I knew that was the last time I would ever see him. At this point, I knew I needed to get my stuff done quickly and make a mad dash to my car. I was about one lecture from finishing when he walked through the door and sat down at his desk. At this point, I knew I needed to log off my computer and just finish this later. I gathered up all my things and thanked the professor. I was speed walking to my car when I had the gut feeling someone was staring at me. I turned around quickly to make sure it was not him. Unfortunately, it was, and he was full-on sprinting towards me. My first reaction was to panic and call my mom for help. Just as our call connected, he grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop. At this point, I was telling him to leave me alone as loud as I could, and that I was only 16. He leaned in and whispered to me word for word, "Age doesn't matter, you know. I know we're in love." I broke free and ran to my car as fast as I could to get away. He stayed right on my ass, though. Thankfully, the only door unlocked on my car was the driver's side door, because he ran to the passenger side and tried to force his way in. From that day on, I watch my surroundings extremely intently and always have to make sure nobody is watching or following me.